to our kids. It's time for Texas elected officials to act.
defaulted, didn't it? Oh, it default. My mic defaulted. Oh, that must have been my ear. How did my mic default? Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. My mic defaulted. That's just weird. Why would my mic default? Never mind. I know why. I know why the mic defaults. Yay, Windows updates. Gotta love them. Windows updates are the bane of my existence at times. Oh, I'm doing good. Just having to work on a build. I need to get these glyphs to, like, high enough. He's in the same boat, apparently. Except he did the whole thing. He created a character without glyphs. He should have known better. Well, he's gonna be in a hell of an experience. He's going from Death Trap Rogue to the other. When you go Death Trap Rogue to Necromancer, that's a big buff. That's a big jump. Meanwhile, I sit at like ridiculous, ludicrous amount of life. But this build is cursed. I don't like it. I just don't like this build. There's something about it. It should be powerful, but it is not powerful. I don't know if it's the glyphs or just doesn't. Just is not powerful. Like it's missing something. And the problem is, see, okay, the big update was the one of the monthly update. Like I don't have it where it updates normal because I wanted to see what I saw it yesterday. See, I'm not doing a snapshot build, so my thing is if I were doing a snapshot build, I would be better. That's why actually those pits were being run really well. Those pits were run really great as a fact of that. Now it's just getting glyphs up. Like, my survivability is god tier. My fortification damage is retarded. I have firm bets. What is that? Only 2,000. That's disappointing. That is very disappointing, by the way. Avarice. Of course you crash during a fucking world boss. I'll fucking guarantee you, game. Oh, snapshot builds are builds that abuse cooldowns. So part of it is they abuse cooldowns as well as, so like sorcerers are able to say, so let's also too, snapshot builds have a thing of if you refresh the mechanic, or the thing that gives you the skill. Barbarians have one. Right, so druids have it. Cataclysm druids do the same as well. Cata druids, and then you maintain that buff. So the better barbarian builds are actually snapshot. Part of the other ones is what's actually of the 5 sorks. All 5 of the sork builds this season roughly abuse it. Basically, they do something that maintains that buff, and then that buff constantly is refreshing. Which, in turn, doing that stacks the multiplier, which stacks the additive, whatever in the build. So I do love when the game just crashes. If it deprives me of my caches, it deprived me of the cache. We're going to have a conversation. I am not too thrilled about that. Of course, the game crashes right at the world boss. I tell you, this character's cursed more ways than one. It's the only character this crap happens. Every other character I have does not have this issue. Oh. Yeah, as I said, my stuff just crashed for no reason. Oh, it was an update stability? Oh, that's fucking stupid. Yeah. Wow. It just straight up crashed. Yeah, that's you know, this crap though. Oh, so the update was for stability. Yeah. You know what? Let me say let's say what stability. Can I say what stability actually really is? Hypothetically, when you have people firing off abilities every 3 seconds, that take your shit and just chunk it to a degree. Or you set it to a macro, right? And you set it to the macro that you're firing it off that much. That's what I'm saying. A lot of that, because a lot of what you saw was the boss power being direly abused. Strangely enough. Oh yeah, no, I think this game is not the bastion of stability that people think it is. It looks fine as long as your shit doesn't normally it's not a terrible thing. Like it looked. Sometimes it breaks it, sometimes it doesn't. Take this world down to tier 3 there. Yeah, this is a build. Like, I need to get it finished, but I need glyphs at the same time, though. I mean, as I said, when I say this build is cursed, I'm not joking. Whatever this build is, I lose interest in building at the amount of times I have to deal with the bullshit attached. Like, either the crashes or just shit's just not falling into place. Which goes beyond the normal, like, not falling into place. Any other season, I think it works. Like, I'm not even checking the... Like, right there, that's a ball lightning sork, by the way. Ball lightning sorks maintain that buff forever. That's what I was meaning. Snapshot build. And they maintain that. Now, do they also destabilize servers to the millionth degree? Yes, they do. You think a UI or visual glitch is a thing? Oh yeah. Wait till you see it here. Ball lightning is a constant source of stability. Traditional. Ball lightning is a constant source of it. It's actually because, like, in Path, like, you notice it in Path 2's engine. Path 2 engine uses a similar engine, but it's more akin to, like, a Diablo 2 or older proprietary engine. If you don't limit this value of your animations, you break servers quite frequently. It's usually why a lot of bugs are like... See, it's part of the reason, too, you mean Division 2, when you have, like, 10 people doing abilities. That's actually why the DZs actually break. Like, the current DZs break because part of it is not as bad when you have about 8 people doing abilities. Yeah, I don't care. I need to take this world down a tier. I hate it. I don't like it. This build should be able to exist in 4, but it can't exist in 4. Speedrun them. Like, I have all the gear in the world, but I'm not killing quick. And it's cursed, as I said. Whatever this is, nope. I mean, I probably could pull people in, but I hate being carried. Always hated. I'm not a huge person on carrying ability. Like, tier 4 is literally nothing but, like, builds abusing bullshit. Honestly, this is welcome to... It's part of the reason why, like... I mean, yeah, they balanced out, like, 3 of the classes, don't get me wrong, right? 3 of the classes have been balanced out. But damn, has it come at the price. Any other time in build season that things weren't double or triply tuned, like, if things were not triply tuned, I can't teleport. The fuck? Looks like they broke the game, didn't they? But like at tier 3, I'll be powerful. That would be the trick. But like at tier 3, but I have to take this character down to tier 3. But it's not going to really help my glyphs at all. Like, I might be able to run 45s. But I'm also not abusing shouts. Every other barbarian build in the entire planet abuses shouts. I mean, it's a problem of the balance, right? Not that they overtune. Like, they overtune tier 4. It's making, like, currently a lot. Like, it makes a lot of builds you would consider fun, not tier 4 worthy. Like, to be in tier 4, you need to be able to shit out about 1 billion damage. I think I'm joking. No. You need to shit out like 1 billion damage just to be in tier 4. And any other day, it's not an issue. There's barely a lot of people in tier 4 that can carry themselves. So, it's like my friend, I've asked him to level me, but, like, he's like, oh, sure, level my stuff. But I'm like, nah, we don't do that. Like, the only build that I have of my stuff is my necros. My necros are the only ones that can actually finish out and live in tier 4. It sounds weird. I mean, it sounds strange, but it's the nature. Like, this game is so overtuned right now, it's just ridiculous. And it's not even the boss powers. Like, barbarians have the pet build, so to speak. Call it like the Pokemon build of sorts. With infinite summons. Which function on the ability to constantly be hitting anything. Actually, that's where they get their shit from. This build, in theory, should have a lot more power, and it did until a recent change to the game. So, whether they patched out caused an issue, or they did made it worse. I feel like he's trying to do the Sever Infamous, which is probably going to run into a damage problem in tier 4. The Sever Infamous build probably is okay, but it's easier to have the curse by itself. But as a part, this build survives in the... It's not bad. Whatever it happened recently. I just gotta get glyphs. I'm heated because I can't get the glyphs for this glyphs up on this character to see what it can do. I just about to abandon it. For something I know. He needs to kill all the mobs. Glyphs drop off all the mobs. That's the thing, he's not doing the killing the mobs. Kill all the mobs because you need to. Like this, he comes from the era of the game you don't clear out the mobs. Because if you don't clear out the mobs, you're losing out on a do site. Because one of the big changes they made to the game was don't ignore the mobs. Make sure to clear the dungeons as much as do them. That is what we... So the devs eventually said they don't... The thing is, you clear the dungeons. Because that's the bigger deal. Because there's a lot of people, they don't think about it. They go the objective driven. They don't clear the. They don't clear it out totally. See, there was an update. I forget what season it was, but it was a season. And it was something we constantly did. Like, some of us did. But can I teleport you, fucking piece of shit? Thank you. Ugh. Because a lot of people weren't clearing dungeons. They were, well, clearing, but not clearing in the sense that they don't clear out entirely. So in turn, you leave abducite on the ground, you leave gold, you leave all sorts of material everywhere. That's part of what they never changed. Like, a lot of people don't think about that. The devs literally had to tell people to do it. That's why I tell people to do it. Like, now, granted, I may not do Nightmare Dungeons a whole lot now, but when I do them, I have to. This is always what I do. Like, this is going to be the first season I haven't done a lot of them. You're clearing them out because you're going to leave abducite everywhere. Like, the abducite especially drops from these. Nope. Outside of Infernal Hordes, this is the only place you can get abducite. Outside of the one-time caches. That's what a lot of people don't realize. And a lot of people don't say it either. It's kind of like in Division. No one tells them stuff I say about loot. No one does. That's why I tell people that. Make sure you clear out the stuff. The XP per ads is higher. Because half the XP in the Nightmare Dungeons come from the ads. Because, like, what did I say? Division 2, I've always gotten a lot of XP from open world. Right? Open world upwards. That's better than running missions. It's a lot quicker. It's pretty much the same philosophy here. But at the same time, right? People are like, nah, you don't do it. But you don't. If it's the timed ones, then no. But Nightmare Dungeons, you do it. Because of the material. Oh. Which one are you talking about the Democrats are trying to use? Lizzo? Nah, I've seen some stuff on TikTok. Democrats have been pretty quiet lately. They don't have anything, really. I did see something today on, judges, going after certain members of Trump's deportees, so to speak. Like, supposedly, they're saying that the Indian Harvard researcher is probably going to get to stay, right? So the Indian Harvard researcher is going to be staying in the country, even though she overstayed possibly her student visa. They never renewed it. Like, there's a lot of reviews of the cases for Trump to be, Trump to do his thing. Like, they're reviewing the ICE, so all the ICE cases. So currently, the Harvard researcher that was so-called innocent, right? Or just an innocent person who overstayed their visa is on an ICE bail right now. But likely she, and without looking into the details of that case, I bet she came over on an H-1B visa or a student visa and wound up staying. So a lot of this stuff is going to be interesting. I'm waiting on the copium from the Democrats on when they're going to start justifying the other shit they do. But then again, what? Hassan is going to go turn around and just do his shit, so who knows? I mean, honestly, they should consider, like, things. Like, they really need to look. Like, okay. So people are saying false addresses are being used. Like, false addresses. So, like, someone's, like, saying that they. Because the whole thing on the whole ICE deportation mess, it's not that the stuff is there, is that it's potentially they go, because okay, so I gotta see what circuit court it was. The circuit court says it was unconstitutional, potentially. Now, the thing about US courts, which makes like the GW lawsuit interesting, is the fact that you can just find it if a judge hears your case, right? If the judge hears your case, in general. Eh, fine. I mean, by him, when he says we, I mean, he's like mostly talking about himself. Yeah. Eh. I gotta get my glyphs up and running. But big part is gonna be glyphs, because glyphs are what I need. The glyphs are what's hurting this build more than anything else. I'm not too thrilled. But the whole stuff with the ICE deportations, they're hitting a lot of criminal migrants, and then occasionally you hear about the ones that go, oh, they were deported illegally, or they were deported whatever, falsely, because somebody, oh, guys, you got the wrong one, kind of thing. And that's actually a deal that's not being talked about a lot. But it's also the problem too, as well. You're going to hit like, I think at least hit like, if you hit like a couple, you're probably likely gonna still hit like a couple that aren't. But for the most part, you're going to hit a lot of the illegals. You're gonna hit a big ton of them, right? You're gonna hit a big chunk. Let's say you raid like a house where there's like 10 people staying. I'm gonna probably put high likelihood most of them are criminal migrants. Or they're low skilled. Now, the ones that I think it's like the case, what I think is the case for the Indian chick, or the Indian woman, is the fact that she is, I think her stuff is the fact that she's, I think she came over maybe on a student visa and wound up staying. Because there's more to her. It's either, and she might be Indian, she might be whatever else, but it's the Harvard research. Now, even O'Reilly and other people have said, yeah, there have been people who they're not breaking rules, or they maybe didn't renew. But now, does that mean they should have applied? Are they doing whack-a-mole and getting people who are innocent? Possibly. And I mean that. But they're also hitting the people who have been here in the States for so long, existing on an H-1B visa or a student visa that carried over. So a lot of the hubbub you see about a lot of the ICE deportations. Look, I think some of the cases are legit, others aren't. Others are, they're just been here legally, or they got here and they found a way either to work or make money. If, like, the foreign ones came in on visas, student visas, and overstayed, that's a different story. Because that is the bigger story in a lot of the ICE deportations. How is he deporting people? Now, I'm assuming ICE raids are going off of locations they're using as addresses, and they're sweeping up others that are illegal that are. That's actually what I think is happening. And then, but what he's also doing is he's taking the ones in the house that the papers don't match, or the others. So, what was it? What's his name? Said it. I can't think of the guy's name right now. The guy who's the head of it. Like the ice deportation. That's it's a controversial topic because the ones, or I have to go to Senegal, don't I? Someone lives in Senegal. God damn it. He sent his shit to Senegal. I never go up to Senegal. Ever. It's either that or they failed asylum testing of sorts. Because that's one thing you're not seeing a lot of them. They don't talk about a lot of it. Bill that clears out more of these than my stuff. Like my stuff, if it was level that I need my glyphs were higher, yeah, that's where a lot of my power is going to come from. My power is going to come from my glyphs. At least they're taking a break, one of the two. But yeah, no, I've been seeing a lot, and I look. See, there's certain ice cases that they're legit, that either they're mistaken identity or no. This build is just a fuck around build. Usually I do these down here because it's easier. Also, you usually get them. I don't do many nightmare dungeons unless I have to. Which means if I do them, I do them in down here. Hmm. I need a shit ton of box and everything myself. So back to hold on. Jesus. Box legendary, isn't it? Bach. Bach is 5 meters. I had one extra. Look. Check. I knew I had one Bach. Like I knew. Let's see. What I did is I was looking for a Bach. Surely I have to have a Bach. I know I do. Oh shit. God, I'd be so screwed trying to even make a Harley Quinns this season. Job X. Igni. Nope. Hmm. Oof, I don't do enough damage. See, I'm more ashamed that I'm doing enough damage for tier 4. That's actually the problem. I do not like this character. Because I don't need the, because what I need, right, is I need, oh, it doesn't farm the way it should. Why I like my other ones. Yeah, and also it's a build. I don't like being carried by others. Not a big issue. It's a very big issue for me. That is why I've hated it. Subtly. Like, I'm fine being minorly lower on damage if it has to ramp, but nah, but if it's too low. Not feeling it. I need to get glyphs for this character. I need my glyphs leveled. Too low. These are where all my damage come from. They're too low for this tier. They're way too low on the tier. That's the problem. As I said, this build has been mostly just, I say, cursed. Like, this build is absolutely just... It's one of those builds I would, like, it works, but it... Like, in theory, it's a good build. Don't get me wrong, but it's weak by its glyphs. It's not... Its glyphs are all tied to things. He doesn't have burst power. Like, I know the soar, like, but the thing is, why Spiritborn have more multipliers. So it's roughly a similar... It and Quill Volley are really similar. But the thing about this build in general, like, it's good, like, but on paper it worked all the way up till tier 3. So unless they went back and they nerfed something, or changed... Oh boy. No, but when I mean this character is utterly cursed, I just need to get its glyphs up. And you know what's funny? You know what's interesting? How Tony's audience hates, like, everybody. And there's also parts, like, he only has, like... I'm looking over this. He only has, like... Look, I remember my streams are dead. But I game stream. When he does, he plays Blotro Tux, but Eric July. Like, even his other day, his shit was lagging. He's buying views. Like, what's funny is... Bots. Jesus. That's what I tell you. Bots are always gonna be here. Like, they should just go in and purge them, in reality. But they don't. Spires, masses... No. But no, a part of what keeps me playing this game is ability to do builds. Now, I know the characters I like building. Now, I arguably should try to build the Pokemon build, but, affectionately, I need to see what I need for it. But I might actually have to start using shouts on that one to make that work. And it's really good. It's more the correct, well, way of... That also means I'm going to need more stuff anyways to do it. To the fucking person that bought the goddamn slow shit. Because I need to get my centipede build back up, as well as my other. Like, I know my necro, even my shadow blight necro, is in that week. Yeah, I think usually this is where I spend most of my time, in game-wise, at least. I'm usually here chilling. At least through a lot through the seasons now. Strangely enough. Like, if it's seasonal, nah. Like, Fallout 76, my builds don't change. Unless there's events, when I'm just leveling cards or something. Like the cards and disfarming events, XP, something like that to the game. Here I do build. But largely, I've been in that whole thing of I kinda know what's possible, but practicality and time at the end of the day is two separate. That's too low on clear. I might go off it. See, I don't know if throwing power behind something is going to work. Now, that was a good game update. Ah, it's kind of shit. Jesus. That is the most... Again, that was a stability patch. That was a stability patch that largely is not doing what it's supposed to. And anything but. I have to get glyphs behind this character. Because one of the big deals is this character needs glyphs. And without those high level glyphs, this character's gonna suffer horribly. Unfortunately, that is just the nature of it. Oh, by the way, before I forget though, Gay Beans is also saying that Renown doxed his face. No, I have his actual goddamn face. Renowned asked for it. And then he goes on Twitter and cries that he's being doxxed. Like, what? Okay, you want to know the number one sign of an SJW or a liberal? Well, SJW liberals are about the same thing in the world. But leftoids, basically, are a nice way. They don't check or clean their own houses. It's like LG stream the other day had only 23 kilometers, who's kind of like a Euro, the reason why I kind of know the one guy is he hangs around Dane's posting. Where it his where he also was like championing the cause of Birdman. Now, the dude literally is talking like an online leftist, alright? but he has no principles to himself. I need to check something. Like, if he had principles, he wouldn't have this issue. Now it's time just to jump these. You gotta understand. They play the SJW game, and then when you call them SJWs, they turn around and they call you hypocrites. When they are the hypocrites. Because that is what... It's like the classic liberal playbook. Now, progressives are a different story. Like, let's take EVS as an example. EVS will hope that no one looks his way. Alright? EVS will hope no one ever looks his way or checks his work. Like the other day, he had one moment of self-realization. Alright? One moment. He said if someone tags him in there, and someone says, so what happens if, someone in CG does it? Will you block them? Right? EVS has been silent ever since. Because he has that weird, strange notion that he is being dragged in by the Twitter audience he developed. Crazy, I know. Sounds weird. Sounds utterly bonkers, right? If I knew how many progressives I have ever seen that do this, they legit are like, but I don't cause drama. Progressives, SJWs, are usually that same way. But I do need to get these glyphs up before I even do anything. Like, I mean, granted, I am legitly being carried, and it annoys me too. So this build doesn't do enough damage for my tastes. Sometimes shit explodes, sometimes it doesn't, alright? That multiplier kicks in, then other times it just doesn't do shit. I mean, because technically there was a period that this build could have been rebuilt a season or two ago. But then I'm like, I did it too late. Then, of course, they turn around, they nerf the fuck out of it. Then again, Blizzard's been doing this for a while, so the fuck? They cleared this shit too quickly. That people fucking get through the shit. Oh. Don't auto murder the boss. Let us teleport. Make sure everyone's in before you fucking do that. Let's make sure everyone's in before we go around murdering things. Let us get to the boss, or else it's gonna be like really shit-tastic. It's best to make sure everyone's at the portal. Yeah. Jesus. See, that's the problem. If you clear these too quickly, you don't have, no one takes the portal. The thing does. Almost really at some point. But yeah, no. It looks like. Okay, so the. Oh, she's Russian. So she was a frog embryos? Something like that? Really? So she's facing smuggling charges, actually. which is funny. So, judge is saying ICE can't rearrest her, I guess. But I guess she proved that she had it. But, like, how the hell did she get over here in the first place? Oh, I hate this. So, she's since February, right? Apparently. No, she's just innocent. She's valuable to the nation. So, she's been in ICE detention since. Without her, I fully believe. So she smuggled frog embryos, is what people are getting her on. But at the same time, it's weird. Like she's supposed to have had impact in scientists. But how the hell do you... Another Trump's other deportation case? Oh no. And then now they're using the 4-year-old that's going to die without life-saving care that was backpacked over by freaking migrants who knew she was. But you dragged her out? But I'm going to ask a question. Who the fuck is responsible for all of these quote-unquote humanitarian crises? It sounds weird. Democrats largely are to blame. I know it's weird. It's a weird claim, but bear with me, I can make it. Biden, like, go back to the Obama years. The Syria crisis as an example. The Syria crisis was created largely by Obama's inaction with ISIS and other people. Actually, no, it began with ISIS destabilizing Syria. Then you had the war in Syria, which escalated, which led to the Muslims going to Europe, fleeing to Europe in droves, which eventually spread from all the Middle East, was on fire. So it's funny how a lot of Western liberal people create a crisis, then in turn blame everybody else. I don't understand. Look, I should say I understand it, but I don't understand how they dodge the blame. It's like sticking the old person with the bill, the new person with the bill that the old person created. Which sounds a weird analogy, is what they do. It's like if one person creates an economic time bomb, then the economic time bomb goes off in the next administration. Whose fault really is it? This is what you gotta ask. Whose actual fault is it? No, but the Democrats and progressives and everybody else who wanted the refugees and created the crisis always do it. Now, in America, when the UN literally says your nation is literally a narco state, not the federal government of the United States, right? Yes, I am leeching off these people. If you are so curious, I admit I fully am. At least one or two people in here is doing a very broken build. So I can sit on my ass, and it's not like I'm doing damage in the first place. Okay? It's unfortunate. They're trying to speed clear, and I don't want to hamper their progress. And if they're literally gonna clear this shit in a minute, I'll just sit there. Because I know damn well because I have to catch a portal. But a lot of liberals create a social economic issue, then they blame them. They blame everybody. I mean, it always happens. Clinton was legendary for it. Because that's something people forget. That's actually something people honestly forget. Like, Obama could have ended stuff, but he chose not to. Which, bear in mind, he chose not to. Biden, in turn, if what's largely funny is you can thank him for the Ukraine war. I mean, you can thank Obama for it too. Obama helped create that situation. I mean, if we're talking humanitarian stuff, again, and like with Mexico, they don't, no one ever asks these Democrats about who creates the trafficking problems, right? No one ever asks what ideology let that get out of control. That's one thing people forget. It's like a bleeding wound that doesn't get utterly better. Clear the entrance. Oh yeah, the shit hell ain't moving. Uh, they're doing it. I can't complain if I get my glyph power out of this. Let's be carried, like as much as it triggers me to be carried by means. So these are akin to 100. I mean, I can roughly live, but Jesus. I am not damaging this shit. What would you call yourself? Someone's missing an N. But I wouldn't put it beyond me. I think I saw, like, I need to catch up on O'Reilly stuff. But it wouldn't surprise me as well if Democrats start gearing up for midterms. Because they need TikTok influencers. Without them, it's going to be very pointless. I mean, they have to have it, even if it's full of lies at this rate. Fortunately. The earthquake is powerful, but here's the thing. Earthquake is powerful, but it's coming from the fact you can just fucking spam earthquake. Because I'm not feeling it. Like, you gotta be breaking stuff. Like, whatever they did, I think Hota and Barb, they both broke Hota. Quake, they literally, like, something was better with Quake about 2 weeks ago. Then they went and did like an emergency nerf. Now, realistically, was I doing more damage when I had the Godslayer's helm? Possibly. See, I know Spirit can at least. There's a damage threshold I don't like with tier 4. See, quote unquote, you call it the Pokemon build, which is like the companion build, which is doing nothing but spams the summons. That's what I need to get down. I may just go ahead and build the Pokemon build, but I don't like shouts. I don't like shouts. I think that's the only one that works. I mean, survivability is there, but it doesn't work. It's like the survivability is there. But you think the overpower should be there, but it isn't there. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Because killing quickly is the problem. Because Rupture isn't doing what it's doing on paper. That's the thing. Rupture isn't doing what Rupture should on paper. Because there's either an additive or multiplicative missing. Like, I don't die. I just don't do damage to that. It just doesn't do it. But yeah, like, Twisting Blades, rogues are a thing, because Twisting Blade rogues, that's what's one of the guys that's using here. Oh no, I can survive, don't get me wrong. Survivability, yep. Tanking? Oh god, I can do that all day. Yeah, nope, it doesn't make a dent in the new system. It doesn't make a dent. Ooh, it does not make a dent. In 100s. Like, it's not making a dent in 100s. But it's about a 20-point difference. It's not good. Like, I think the damage fall off. Like, I honestly think the damage fall off is too bad. And it's kind of too late to start a rogue. Which is, I would say it's a little too late to start a rogue. Like, I don't like the rogue style. Rogue is very squishy. Like, in turn. There's a fall off in a build Like, so this build falls off in the equivalent of, which is about 60, 60 to 70. That fall off is massive in damage. Quakes, unless you're spamming it, shouts, and everything else. May just have to drop the whole, I'd be laugh if I just fucking dropped the bleed over time and then just went upheaval. upheaval and all of that. That damage over time does shit. And someone being set to challenge Lindsey Graham is no shocker. Oh my god, stay dead. Oh, woke up today. The actor who was Chucky died. Apparently. And he was a stunt double for Chucky. Dude, that had to have been a bot. Like, who fucking runs? Like, if you know you're not doing DPS, so in your ass. Nobody I know. Mm. And the Karen Reed trial, apparently, see, that's been a big thing in law too. Pia Kwong died. And this is the other case. So, Mahmoud Khalid, they're saying the Colombians. Bruh, that sounds more like an Islamic name than a Colombian name. he's a pro-Palestinian activist. But this is what's been going on for a while. Like, ugh. That's not damage. These glyphs are far too nerfed. I may have to, like, change these glyphs out. Oh, I'm gonna have to change out these glyphs. You think 100 and something damage dents this shit? No, it don't dent it. It doesn't dent this. It doesn't dent it one bit. I'm gonna have to rework this entire glyphs. This is not a choice. But yeah, but no, the ice deportations. That's been. Fuck. Can someone clear the fucking entrance? Jesus. That's what kills people. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change out all of the. Like, everything on this build. Like. Yeah, those things are taking an overpower hit. That is insanity. Wow. That thing. I have seen skeletons on my necro that take that much. And that's a red bar. Okay. Oh, no, really? You're like sitting here doing nothing for 5 hours. Like, by all metrics, I should be doing a shit ton of damage. You know what? That's a higher. Guys, that's a higher. Wow, that's a. Oh, that is a. Oh, that's tough. Oh, that's a 90. That's a 90. Wow. Look at that roll, though. You know what I could do? No, I'm getting it from them. I don't know. What do you mean, overall? Glyph boosting? Not really. Man. Glyph, I mean, if the glyphs are getting 70, I think the issue itself is the skills of the multipliers. Like, I don't think it's the glyph. It might be the glyphs, but... I mean, okay. Hota didn't receive that much of a nerf. Like, Hota did not receive that much. But what I think it might be the combination. Because there's only 2 builds in Barb. There's actually only one that's S ranked this season. That is basically the akin to the Pokemon build. Like, I mean, I may not keep this character, And I mean this all honesty. Because if I have to switch to shouts, oh god, that's just, I might as well, because I could have done the companion barb for already. But I don't think the companion barb would use about roughly about the same. But it's entirely a different setup. Now I'm going to have to refarm gear too. Well, not entirely refarm. I wouldn't have to refarm because there's only one S rank build for barb. There's like two. Well, actually, I should say there's two. Which roughly they're about the same build. I have to refarm. But barb, as I said, this barb is cursed. More ways than one. Oh yeah, that one? Oh yeah, no. That's why I'm not breaking it down. So I was doing more damage, right? Like, that's perfect. Right there. Like, that is perfect. Okay? Now, I can't have this thing break in temper. I'm gonna guarantee you when I try to temper this, right? I have to be really careful when I temper that. If I temper that correctly, that's going to help a lot. Now, normally you just break that down for... See, the only other route that I know of where I could squeak out more damage would go the arsenal route back in the day. Because I need to go, if I go the arsenal route, I'm not going to gain XP, you pieces of shit. So the thing here, right, with Barb is largely, there's only two, as I said, Barbs right now. There's only two. That is Earthquake Barb, and that is either Pokemon Barb, aka Summon Barb, because of Snapshot. I might as well go, I mean, they're roughly about the same build. I mean, they're really the same build. If I look it up, they're the same build. Minion Barb and Earthquake Barb, both. The only difference is still one uses Hota, one uses Lunge. But one is all about either the resource generation. But it's the multiplicative. But challenging Shout is literally pointless. But there is no difference between the two. Allied Spikes. I could be dead wrong. That's why I said I'm a little thing, because I don't like it, right? So I need probably a mythic. See, hypothetically, if you take it to the mythic, it might save the build, but it's the only thing I can figure. Companion, the thing is, companion. You know, there's not much. Well, I'm closer to companion, actually, which is funny. I'm closer to companion than I am the other ones. See, that's additive and multiplicative. See, the where I need to figure it is the additive and multiplicative. Because the problem with barbarians, even the main people have given up on it. I'll be honest with you. The number of barbs have dropped sufficiently in like the last, what, 2 weeks? Week or two? Because I know last week, okay, my friend that has been playing barb, because I know what happened to his. My necro and my spirit born are not both suffering from this. It's the translating up which is the problem. Basically. See, Sorks have the charge going on. See, surviving isn't the main issue. So Sorks have 5 builds right now. See, here's the thing. Sorks have 5 builds in-game top. That's the funny thing they don't tell you. Now, a lot of it's coming from Snapfire or Snapshot. That's where a large majority of their bonuses are coming from. Now, it's the problem Ball Lightning had in Season 1 or Season 3. Ice Shards is about the same. See, surviving with the HP isn't the problem. Now, if I got my hands on something like an Anduriel's or a Harlequin's, we might be talking different. But then again, bear in mind, that is still theoretical. It's not like my Necro, which already kills. Okay, see, Bone Necro, right? Which is roughly slightly the different one, because I've heard rumblings of it. It's either the Bone Spear or using the Endrins. Now, Bone Spear is different. But the problem inherently with barbs, now it'd be funny if that mace changes it. Now, the only other thing is switch it to an arsenal style. The arsenal style, forget the blood, because DOT... I say that right as I survive. Oof. Because if I look at it, nope. The bleed doesn't do anything. Rend isn't working like it was. See, Rend does not carry over to tier... Rend is not clearing up from tier 3. So about tier 3 to tier 4, there's a big drop-off. It's a good idea, but it's not where it needs to be. Rend carries over, so all the vol damage isn't carrying over. So the vol damage is not working as intended in tier 4. But bear in mind, everything is 25 to 30% higher. But you have to understand, this is pits equivalent to about 95 to 100. So, the issue itself. I mean, again, I may switch this. I'm going to level my glyphs and then probably switch it over to companion. And then go from there. It's not the glyph. It's not really the other parts that are bad. See, that's a multiplicative. Because whatever happened to barbs within the last 2 weeks, they've been nerfed. Actually, what I need to check is I need to check Hell Tides. Hell Tides, but I need to check the rankings. Because the issue with barbs is, as I said, there's only 2. There's only 2 kinds of barbs that have been living in the last rough. The mace will be actually better. But I don't think about the but it's a lot of stuff to refarm. Now, and it's not like I haven't put hours on this character either. I put glyphs onto this character as well. It's not having the issue that my Spiritborn is having. Spiritborn, in theory, scale up, but might as well click that before I forget to get rid of it. But see, a lot of the issue right now in barbs is actually the shouts are the only meta, which I'm not too thrilled about. I've not liked it. But what's also hurting this build is the cap. So the caps is what's hurting it as well. Because I don't know if you know, the super cap is what's hurting builds. Actually, this one check something. Sork is 120, 122, 115. So it's Sork, Necro, Barbarian, Rogue, Druid. Rogue and Druid are tied. And Spiritborn. So, like, my Spiritborn, and that goes, it's 108. The Rogue in Korean is Death Trap. And the Druid is a Cataclysm Druid. So you're talking about 122, 115, 114. Two are at 112. Now, this isn't the best pit makeup at the end. So. And unironically, it is a bone storm with bullshit. And that's pushing it at 15. That's not a good sign. That's a really bad sign. But see, that's the thing. Makuna's been able to. Necros still have a large damage. But I just don't think so. Glyphs don't seem the answer either. No, but then again, right, that's actually reworking the entire build. More than anything else. But barbarians had a big fall off. Because bear in mind, barbarians got the glow up when there was the bug with channeling. Then they fell off. And all the leadership boards are all the leadership boards are actually mostly sorcerers. Because that's the big thing. It's funny how he does it with less power than I have. Sorry, not the moment. Oliver, I don't like it. I mean, barbs have been in bad shape for a while. Now he's on Sork. That's a fucking Sork. I don't care about a Sork. Doesn't show it. No, it doesn't show it. What makes it different than what wave, though? Hmm. You know what's sad? It's very similar, but different. It's not that much different. So yeah. I don't like that look, though. No, but that is a... Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I see how they're doing it. It's a ring of the starless skies. But they're also using both. So it's ring of starless skies. Huh. Yeah, good luck on that one. Mythics are dropping about 31 hours. Without the Belials, we don't get mythics. So it's Bone Prism. Corpse. Man, it looks like someone finally cracked the Indira. The Indras. No, someone found the way. Nah, but I'll just probably convert this to pet. I think because it's going to take converting it. I'll just convert this to pet and then be fine. I'm going to be happy with it. Huh. Spirit. Wow, that's a necro I haven't seen in ages. Helm. Ring of the Star. Let's go. Bone Spirit. Consumal Essence. Path of Dragul. But it's not using Indra. It's actually using Banished Lords. Which is funny, considering Banished Lord is not been meta for a while. Indra. Hmm. Oh. I set it too high. Ooh. It might be too much. Yeah, it might be. That's my bad. Sorry. I'm gonna have to turn this into. I'm going to have to rework this entire build. So basically, the Indira's build is. Yeah, good luck from getting a Ring of Starless Sky, though. Unless you craft it, of course. And I haven't seen a Shroud of False Death all season. Literally, I haven't seen a Shroud of False Death in any section. I mean, Necro's gonna be closer and easier. I don't know what can I help my build is. My build's way down. Won't do the damage. Because half my shit's tied up in DOT and they don't. Half the problem with the build is this doesn't translate up. Like, if you think Rupture is not doing what it's supposed to on paper. It could just be me, though. That it's supposed to take care of things. But I could also be very off in a talent. So the problem now, like, least is one of the multipliers is off. The problem is these builds aren't scaling up, and I'm noticing that. But my Necro has an Endurial, so, I mean, Helm, so at least I'm good. That's the only thing that's saved me this season, partly on my Necro early on. That was my first one I got. I don't do damage up here either. But none of these builds do damage. I think the only thing I could do to salvage this build would actually have to take it Arsenal. Arsenal and upheaval. Theory crafting, yes. That would probably be the way. Arsenal and upheaval. Probably find a way to get death death contain. What is it? Go the walking arsenal route. Because upheaval might translate really well. Because it would be upheaval. Oh, that's too high. Ah, that's my bad. Ah. It doesn't translate up, that's the problem. So, I have to convert this all to it. Oh, no, it's not good. God damn it. Now, without the ramp damage, we don't do well. Oh, my bad. I said it was. Yeah, this build's gonna be fucking. Yeah, this is bad. See, I'm gonna have to scrap this build down to its basics. So if I convert it to the Pokemon build, then I'm good. It hit its ceiling. I mean, it literally hit its ceiling. And the only other thing is I could think is go. Maybe not vehement. I don't think it's gonna be vehement. Put on rupture. Well, the idea isn't to care. It's not damage. Honestly, it's the dot probably holding it back more than anything else. Besides, I do need a new amulet more than that. I'm trying to think. There is nothing that helps rupture, is there? No, there's something that changes rupture if I am remember correct. But that doesn't fix it. Yeah, that's a very similar amulet. I mean, this is inadvertently a. Let's see if this breaks in tempering, by the way. My luck if it does. You know what's funny? I didn't realize too when they did this that what are we talking about? 102? That's better. Trying to see what's all this Titan fall under. No, there's something akin to Titanfall, but I forget what it is. I have to remember what it is. Now, the question is, does this... That will actually do a lot more damage, I believe. I mean, trust me, that doesn't work. Because strength isn't my problem. It's the multiplier. So it's the multiplier inherently. Because a lot of stuff is, well, I would say largely. I need to change this anyways. Hold on. Ancestral charge is actually good. It's already there. It's there. The only downside with this is that needs to be there. You know, almost. You stick that there. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could get another 94. Honest to God, that's one of the ones I haven't gotten all season. Is Moonrise. Moonrise is the one that I haven't gotten all season. Moonrise has been stuck at 80% for me almost all season. I haven't gotten one. Like, I've gotten earthquakes, I've gotten everything else. I have vehement, and I have it all. I mean, well, granted, it seems a hell of a waste of a damn 80%, but 90, or I should say about that would be 90%, but yeah, no. But this is, I've not been getting a lot of gear. It's like, it's one of those builds, like, just not doing it. A lot of, see, a lot of the talent I need here, but hmm. See what it is. It's a, there's a multiplicative I'm missing. Okay, so the bigger problem is the multiplicative. Like, by all indicators. But what hurt this build a lot was the cap on ults. The cap is what? See, it didn't affect necros as much as it affected this build. See, there's no limit on the cooldown here. But the problem itself is the caps. That 200% cap is where the issue is. If there wasn't that, probably not. And the only other skill you could translate that to is I don't know if it would be that one. This is already a horrible bastardized build in the first place. But honestly, it's been that way for a while. Rupture, steel grasp. The only other thing would be like steel grasp. I don't think that's... Because then you're getting into another build. You might as well switch to an arsenal build. Because I don't think there's a multiplier on that one. Because I don't think they're... Mighty Throw? Oh, there's a barbarian unique that affects Mighty Throw. I know there is. But that one's not it. No, that's stuff. See, the question is what gauntlets? I mean, I know gores. Gores can be used. That is different. But that would be generating fury. I have to look a second. What is that? That's the problem offhand. I know what they are, but I haven't seen them. It's not very steel grasp. That's the passive. It's not the... Oh god, that would be nice though. Too bad those usually suck. They are. There was a unique. There was actually a unique that they added. And on top of my head has to deal with mighty throw. I mean, yeah, you could try Fists of Fate, but I don't. Like, I don't think that's the answer either. Like, I don't think that's the answer. See, Ren's a nice in theory, but Ren doesn't work. Because that's the problem. Then again, Makuna's been able to... I mean, the fact he alighted with Sorcerer says it all. Let me see, though. No, what it is no, that wouldn't work. Problem is, I'm trying not to use a lot of uniques. So... So the issue here is actually inherently, like, now you're starting to see some of the damage. Like that explosive damage. Game it. Can I just see it? Can I see it? Thank you. I would need to find those. Mighty Throw would not. But... It doesn't say if they're multiplicative, though. That's the thing. It doesn't say that they're multiplicative. Because that's actually the issue, right? Because, I mean, obviously you need a better helm regardless. I mean, Thorns isn't the worst in the world, but it's not the best. But that's besides the point. I mean, what's funny is about, if you look about half my armor's tied up here. Like, without this, it's like half my armor's tied up. In my amulet. That's why I've kept that one for so long. I mean, technically, it's more than I'll ever need, but if I ever get like another amulet equal value, sure. See, I don't think that's going to translate up. I don't think that translates up. Because the problem I'm having is the bleed doesn't translate up in the tier 4. It's because actually 50% of this build is rend. That's why it's not translating up into tier 4. That's actually what I've said before. Rend and bleed does not translate past a certain point. That is a problem. So, the inherent issue that might be. I mean, lose Flay and you lose, but you lose Flay and you lose the other one. What is it? Flay and then that. But that also means I might have to actually go find a ring of. That update is a piece of shit update. Well, they put an update into the game that's causing issues. I'm shocked. So the issue itself. I mean, necro's build's gonna be easy. Oh, that. Fuck it. Literally. asked. That is the dumbest error in the world. I should just probably log out and log back in general. The only other thing would be the strength and keep the one that's in has life. That must have been an authenticator update. So I'm not turning that to an arsenal ability. Now the question is, does an arsenal ability have multiplicative? The upheaval and Hota are the same damn thing. This is where I'm out of my depth. With the certain builds I know, like I can look at it. Hurdle your weapon. I mean, is it multiplicative though? 50x. I mean, I might go back to the idea I was going to go in the first place. friend actually thought it was a stupid idea anyways. Didn't think like an idea. Not really a dumb idea, but the question is if it works. It does rework the board to a degree. So there's two possible routes. Two. Replace the inferior skill being Flay, and Rend. Rend is not doing what it does. If Rend... Honestly, though, if I had either a Harley Quinn's or something, Rend would be a lot better. But I don't have a Harley Quinn's. So that is not helping me out at all. I have to actually craft a Harley Quinn's, actually. That's gonna lose this board right here. But a lot of this board is vol damage. And the only other thing is... keep that one. But that could also be why I'm not doing a lot of damage, because I need to make them vulnerable. And that carries to up there. Because without the bleeding, that's going to be a subtly different. Any substitute skills would be either Whirlwind, which is a channeling, or go Death Blow, or Mighty Throw. Mighty Throw has a 50 times. And if Mighty Throw has that, that might actually work. It takes that into... So that is another 40%. And mighty throw. That changes that, though. Aspect of delayed execution. Now, I could go into art. As I said, I could go into the walking arsenal. Aspect of the Herculean spectacle is aspect of delayed execution is a massive multiplicative. Which in turn mean, but I probably would have to lose rend. The only way rend works is if there's a massive thing in core, and that is actually at 14. Not in the damage of. But going the walking arsenal route might be better. But that also means rend is carried by the. See, rend is carried by the core. Okay, so rend is carried by the core part, which would be the thing. Rend would be carried by that. Now, in reality, do you get rid of rupture as well? Rupture is a guaranteed overpowered. I mean, Flay really doesn't do anything. I mean, plus anyways, the chances to make stuff vulnerable is where most of the damage comes from on the bleed build. That is why my damage is dropping off. I mean, I can tell you right now that's wrong. Unless I find a way to make everything vulnerable. That's fucked. 1 for 1. Basically. Unless I find a way to make some stuff invulnerable, or basically vulnerable. Nope. By the way, I don't like that. Right there. What makes rend bad is bleed is on the back end. Because you gotta understand, bleed is on the back end. Rupture works, but not flay. I'm gonna say this, if I miss a boss fight, fucking do to a fucking ball lightning sork. I need to replace both. It doesn't change the fact I need to replace. Rupture is good. Hota is good. Rend is not. Clay can be chunked along the side of the road. Yeah, I'm wondering if the problem has been rend the whole time. Then again, I've been putting a lot of weight on my earthquakes to make it work. That's gonna be that's gonna be a theory problem. That's gonna be a fury issue. So it's a if it is a multiplicative issue, then yes. So the weaker skill is rend. Now, it would be funny is if I could max both. So, that's gonna be, I think I got it. Drop Rend, drop Flay. Rend and Flay do not have a... Honestly, it's not making them vulnerable. That's the problem. That's it. Because that's why what's missing in tier 4, everything depends on them being vulnerable. And if the damage is not vulnerable consistently, no. It's why this build's falling apart. But at like a lower tier, there is not a massive amount of health. You don't need it. And Rupture works. So Rupture would work if, and I say hypothetically, if you trade a cooldown. I really wish they would just leave shit alone for like that. If they could leave stuff alone, like it would not. Okay, if it's not broken, let us have fun for fuck's sakes. Like, honest to God. That might be the answer. If the answer is yeah, no, it's just fucking not the dude. Not cracking the. Not cracking the. I hate it. I literally hate it. It's not a good one. I don't know. Hmm. See, the answer is in the one. See, that's the problem with it. They shut off a lot of the avenues for guaranteed overpowers. Then they cap the. See, the real problem with barbarians in the end game is everything you want to use is probably likely you're not going to use in the first place. And the one thing is going to be tied to Ring of Endless Stars. The Crest of Endless Stars is probably going to be the main one. Mighty Throw uses no, unless you find another core, and that would be the trick. The other core. That is where I die. The conundrum. The issue is everything. Pretty much anything and everything in the build is utterly tied to it's actually that dot issue. There's no way in this build to bypass the dot. And without the ability to bypass the dot, because the dot does not translate to tier 4, it dissipates around late tier 3. Dot does not go up. And that's the issue. This whole build functions around dot. Dot doesn't translate to in-game. At least bleed dot. Bleed dot does not translate to the in-game. It's a great about up to tier 3, low end tier 4. But Rend either needs an increase or the fact alone it's just not working. Because that is the core problem. It's the actual dot. Now, ideally, if you're making stuff vulnerable, it's not going to suck. But that means Rupture can stay. Rupture will have a cooldown. Get rid of the other. I don't think Upheaval has a multiplicative. Steel Grasp and both Mighty Throw can gain a multiplicative. Unless... no. See, if I do want to go the Earthquake route and that, I can always switch it back to... what is it? But what other multiplicative damage spells? That's the problem. This build works roughly through tier 3 right now, but it doesn't scale to tier 4. But if I easily switch that, and that doesn't. Those are both dead skills in the end game. They just don't work. And I've suspected that for a while. Unless you get this, and unless stuff is vulnerable. Vulnerable is the only way that multiplier goes boom. Does 30x. But I don't think there is a damage, and that's probably what I was thinking. You see, because that falls off. Because if you notice that, that's what first falls off. That's the first thing to fall off. At least, and that falls off after last time you see it. It's the first thing that falls off. I mean, in theory, when the build was the way it was back then, their system of old, it would have made more sense. But you see, the explosion damage I have from Rend only comes from if they are vulnerable. That's why it seems like they explode. Okay, that's it. That's why it looks like they explode on the build. That's the damage I am missing. It's the Rend and the Flay. Flay only has a 15% chance to. So Flay only has a 15% chance. It doesn't have any other. And so much of the build is built. Oh, I hate it. Ah. In an ideal world, it's actually the problem that they're both not consistent. So. That's why the damage is falling off. It's not making it consistently vulnerable. That's why the math don't math currently. That's what I'm missing. In an ideal world, I would be doing vulnerable constant. Fuck. So I hate they've done. Oh. Inadvertently, they ruined this film. Inadvertently, they ruined it. That's a problem. It's not enough. I mean, you have it. All this is not multiplicative, though. I mean, challenging. I mean, Warcry is. It'll be pretty damn close. It'll be very damn close. That puts the damage on the impact. To check something though. Okay. Does earthquake go off? I'm missing something. So Ren, we know, is not translating up well. I mean, it does 30 times if something is bleeding. That's why roughly that works. But I don't think that there's... Okay. Steel grasp. Yeah, then you might as well be. You'll be a damn arsenal build. You'll be an arsenal. So the problem's in the vault. The only other way, it would be towards the end of the tree. The very end of the tree. Just thought about it as I walked away. Oh, what's new? That's always is. Kind of. Well, no. All right. You're welcome. Oh. Not really. It feels like it's a 7 investment skill. It's like you need like 14. But both those skills gone probably would be better. Man, damage over time isn't worst. It's the issue that bleed doesn't translate up. Bleed doesn't translate well. See, if bleed transferred up, it would be fine. But what makes Flay work, not Flay, but Rend work, is the vulnerable damage. If stuff is not vulnerable, then it's useless. You know, that's the problem with it. If stuff is not getting fold, then you're just, there's no damage multiplier. Okay. So you're not making them full. And it used to be better and easier to make stuff vulnerable. Now it's harder to do. By the way, now suddenly that's looking appealing. Because then that's the problem. It's going to be with those two skills gone. Because that was the damage that was holding me back more, to be honest. It's not the thorns, it's not the other. It's it's that damage. Like, because then that's the issue. It's not the earthquakes. Let me see something. Let me see. Paragons. Let's see, it's this one, right? No. Earthquakes have a 75% chance. It's the fact earthquakes have that. So the war on vulnerable damage, right, is what it is. A lot of stuff in here is on vul damage. So vul damage is going, if stuff isn't getting vulnerable, it's not that the bleeding damage is bad. It is that the bleeding damage and rend, which is my main skill, is utterly based upon vulnerability status at higher tiers. And if you if you're not making them vulnerable, it's trash. Flay only has a 15% chance. Chains have a cooldown. Chains have an utter cooldown effect, which makes that worse. Okay? That makes that a lot worse. But it almost makes this entire tree useless. So all that vulnerable damage I have goes out the window if stiff stuff is not vulnerable. Now, just saying, that seems to be the core part of the problem. Yeah, it's a core part of the problem. Move. What? Move. Hey. bigger conundrum. It's not that the bleed damages that. Everything is stacked upon vulnerable damage. It's one, half a dozen the other. Like, almost everything I have is either affected by vulnerable or that. And that is what makes that work. No. Hypothetically, sure. No. It's all set by vulnerable. That is why the damage is falling off. Like this board would be perfect. If you can get 100% vulnerable damage, yeah. There's no way. You see what I mean? There's no way. 100% to do it. That is what inadvertently has been killing this build for a while. The lack of vol damage is atrocious. Well, so it's very similar, right? Centipede's damage on here's the thing. Centipede's damage on Spiritborn. There's a lot of Spiritborn damage that goes off in vol damage. Sorry, vol damage. And without that vulnerability damage, you're losing another multiplier. And that is a difference of why some are still here and the some just explode. You know? Oliver? No. Oliver? What's funny is this is starting to look appealing. By the way. That's looking very appealing. So the issue itself is everything is tied into that vulnerability. So, as much as it is a damage issue, it's a skill issue. By that, it's a skill that's not translating up. That rupture only is fine. Call of the Ancients is fine. Lunging forward. So, the idea being like the issue itself is everything being tied. Now, I will be honest, if dot damage mattered more, but dot damage is the worst damage. Because damage over time, without the ability to make stuff constantly vulnerable, which there used to be more ways, there isn't. I know he's there. I can tell when he's coming, besides you being on the end of the couch. And he's still gonna walk around it. Stopping him. So the ultimate question is, what's the replacement for those? Those 4 skills work. Okay. Those 4 work. Now, the problem is the mechanism to get there. I mean, it's not this. These aren't the problem. Vehement, it's fine. I mean, granted, vehement may not be necessary, but I don't know if they're going to be getting cooldowns, but Oliver. No, not to go that way. Jesus. As I said, cats and streaming, those don't go together. Fortunately. So the damage is actually that. Now, if I remember what creates earthquakes. Now, it might be the time that I do actually. But that is not a multiple. That is a multiple. That is a multiplier. Now, in theory, see, earthquakes are a byproduct. That's what people forget. Earthquakes by now are byproducts. Same with dust tornadoes. They're a byproduct. They're actually a byproduct of the other parts. Now, I do have half the crazy mind to go steel. I would like to go steel grasp and both, because now that both go multiplicative, both would go multiplicative. If mighty throw goes multiplicative, right? Mighty throw. But the idea itself is ground stomp, like ground stomp physical for 4 seconds. That's not a lot, right? Aspect of earthquakes, let's assume it's 50%. It's not what you're doing anyways. But I have to see, right? So I want to say there was something. It's funny, 10,000 steps. That's 100,000. Pain of Ajadin. But that would be into the mighty throw idea. To be honest, I was thinking of the other one. But that would go towards the mighty throw idea, though. I don't think there is one. I mean, if you go another core, the only other core ability would be the only other cores, I think. Well, see, technically this would be good, but look, it looks beautiful on paper. It looks absolutely beautiful. You know. I mean, I am considering this. I mean, you can tell you the dream combo. You know, tell you the dream combo. You'd eat the most fury up in the entire planet, though. Okay? Bear in mind. You think Whirlwind eats up a shit ton of crap. No. So, I could almost tell you if you ever get a rotation down correctly, it would work. That doesn't work now, does it? Direct damage. No. Dealing direct damage to an enemy with a skill that does not. That is not upheaval. It's 20x up to. Now, they did take the scaling off upheaval. Now, if you could go both Hota and upheaval, I swear you could have fun. And both, by far, they cost about the same. I mean, it's like 25 a second. Now, if I'm not sure. But that's not the answer. That could be. It's funny. I've always have to almost had that maxed for a while. Just that alone. And the issue itself, right, is with those two skills, they have likely been the culprit since at least tier 3 level. But maybe it's the better because it shows you can gain that. You know. in mind, damage over time sounds like a good idea. Okay. It sounds like a really good idea. That is not always the idea. Change those ammies out though. Because the issue I'm finding, right, is the secondary skill. Because if you're trying to create earthquakes, you want the skill that does it. I mean, to be honest, it's kind of. I mean, ancients are good, but. I mean, that's roughly similar to if I use the leap or something. But. Let's see something. Because that is the problem I always had. The issue is going to be fury generation. Problem with the whirlwind is you need fury generation. I mean, to my knowledge, it doesn't stack. Now, this would be if you could. That sounds really retarded. Wow, that actually would work. Not cause earthquakes. No, that would work. So, so no, God, that label's leaping upheaval. Oh, I think I just found out. Really, no one ever thought about that for their Pokemon build, huh? Hmm. That sounds like a point commitment, though. So there's a thing. Though it is based upon lucky. It's based upon lucky. Now, lucky hit is not entirely impossible to get. It's probably easier to get lucky hit rather than invulnerable damage. And you know what's funny? As I say, it starts looking better. Fortunately, though. Remember, there's no cooldown on the Pokemon. So there's no cooldown on them. It might actually work. Might actually work. So ancestral activity works. But ground stomp works as well. Hmm. Way. Both are really good in their own way. Now, if I go upheaval, though, evil would work. Now, the idea would be that makes better sense, though. I need that to roll one way. Well, it's better to start out. Sometimes it's better to have armor and amulet. I got 6 hit chances. There is no damage. Well, fortified. So go from there. Not ideal, but it will work. Now, honestly, it will work. That. I mean, the stick hammer of the ancients. Deal with that. What was belligerence? Gotta put this together. I didn't think about this. Vehement. Probably why I need to redo that one, because I lost that roll on that one. I was a little pissed off. I lost the roll on this one. Dual wielded weapons. I love that. So. Uh, alternatively, if I go with more weapon mastery, I damn near guarantee you that would be a better call. Hmm. See, one's defensive, and if I go another defensive, if I go that, well, weapon mastery sounds god tier, to be honest. Now, dream. Now, here's the dream. If it works in paper, it works in my mind, but doesn't always mean it works in game. Is leap. Right? Leap, reduce your cooldowns. The several ways to reduce cooldowns, right? No, it's not entirely impossible. Could be done. Hota making earthquakes with infinite Pokemon. Oh. Now, what did I say that? There was like what? It was like Call of the Ancients goes down to like. Look at this. I want to say there's an aspect. See, I need to do that. That one's like one of the big ones. But like I could have room for like two. So there's like a cooldown, right? This one? No, there's one. I was looking at it. I think it's in Ground Stomp. So, Ground Stomp has for every enemy hit decrease this for a max of 15. Now, combine that potentially with a shout. You're likely to have near infinite. That might allow me to have both Quakes and Companions. Now, this works in theory, alright? In theory. In practice, it would be entirely separate. I did say I'm against that skill in the first place, but I also like the idea of upheaval creating a companion and doing a bunch more damage. Believe it or not. But you gotta bear in mind, this is like a 7-point commitment that I'd have to pull off somewhere else. Okay. That's like a 7-point thing you have to pull off here. Upheaval has a chance to automatically overpower. So let me see something. Yeah, I could probably floor it. Do I have it? And what's funny is if I change this, I don't like this. That one's really a bad one. I don't know why they would use that on the summon build. Just for the record. I mean, to be fair, I actually like that. That may not be. You know, there's a interaction potentially here that works. Now, again, if it works, it's probably stupid. Alright. This is if it works. Because there's an ID. So, what if this counts as a summon? Ponder that one a second. See, this is the stuff people don't think about. What if that counts as a summon? And you do 100% more. And that can stay constant. Oh no. think I figured it out. But I need a skill with a cooldown, right? So you have to have a skill with a cooldown. So, what's a skill with a cooldown you can spam? Now, right. Do you know what would work? Yeah. When you deal direct. See, that's funny if that actually works and solves a little bit of my issue. But none of this has. Don't like that one. What's the cooldown on this? 14? So the cooldown on that would be it's 14. On 14.5, right? So skills that are 14. Now, theoretically, I think I may have inadvertently solved an issue. Uh-oh. See, there's also something I discovered as well. Now, if I didn't want to go upheaval, right? So the one that's lucky hit with upheaval, that would cast an upheaval, right? So cast an upheaval. Like a 34% chance. It does this. Now, the funny thing is, the whole thing would be, while it doesn't work with other stuff, it works with that. There's several different routes, though. This is why I like theory craft. So, there is a connection. So, the idea would be, see, ground stomp creates an earthquake. That's an issue. Now, what's a weapon mastery still? A weapon mastery skill is different, right? Weapon mastery skill. Go to the end of the tree ish. I still have to put something at the end of a tree. Yeah, I don't need that. I was like, So I'm gonna go down here. It's like barbed caterpillars. Now, there's a thing down here that I could do. So, The idea is to get the cooldowns to be lower. Now, if solves a probably an issue with like so the thing it actually solves a twofold. It actually gives you the summons, but it also gives you the quakes. Now, I mean, but it might come at the cost. It's only like I have extras of. See, I already have that, so really don't need the upheaval. I mean, the upheaval's a cute idea. I mean, the upheaval's a very, very cute idea, but it's very fun. That is a very funny idea. I mean, okay. I mean, every 20 seconds, which, bear in mind, the upheaval can constantly overcharge. Now, I would say potentially in an ideal world, that might be better. Because if I'm not using anything of Vampiric Rage, that's different. Because the only place I have extra would be down here and would be here. Well, this also, Vehement also has an effect as well. Vehement also stacks. Now, this begs the question. If I go upheaval, right? Go upheaval. That's 2 core skills. So, potentially better. I'm not hurting in the strength department right now. This has to have stuff rolled on it. Now, fun fact, that is ideal. Now, cost reduction is a hell of a nice thing sometimes, okay? Cost reduction. I mean, technically. Casting a skill with a cooldown, right, is... I mean, all of this stuff goes hand in hand at one point or another. You know. Casting a skill with a cooldown. So this may have been my issue the entire time. Because everything is on bleed. See, everything is actually on bleed, right? So that is a problem. The threshing guy figured out. That weapon, this weapon right here, by the way, is godsend, God dropped that. God came. Too bad that was like a 90%. It was a 92%, by the way. I'm sure I'll get another one. So if I go another core, I already figured in my head, right? So the idea. I mean, see, that's resource generation, so I'll take that off that much. What are we talking about? 5 to 25. What is that? 22 and 5 and just gain? I mean, I'm just gonna go back up. I mean, 25. Because if I go another core, right? So a skill with a cooldown. Now, I would tell you in the ideal world, upheaval and Hota. Now, mighty throw sounds like a cool idea too. I mean, I got 2 weapon masteries, but mighty throw. If mighty throw, see, the problem is I have a feeling mighty throw fucks up things. Mighty throw throws a weapon, but you gotta drag it back, which arguably would be where it lands. And if that's the case, what I'm thinking though here, like, I mean, granted, I mean, resource cost, right, would be, so what, 25? I mean, I think if I didn't have casting, right? That's probably a better one anyways, right there. I mean, can't roll that one. I think I, hold on. I don't think so. Wielded, right? That. Not good. Right. Perfect. Can I get slashing weapons, please? That's not gonna work, though. I mean, there's a chance for Hammer of the Ancients to hit double, so... I mean, the idea of it is for it to hit double. I mean, doesn't matter. I mean, technically, that's on the chess piece, though, so... I mean... Honestly, if I were to have Mighty Throw... This is where the difference is. I'm halfway tempted to go Hota and Mighty Throw. Believe it or not. Hota and Mighty Throw. Hota and Mighty Throw, but they might just be very, very hard to do. But then again, casting a skill with cooldown. But that also means that I can get cooldown reduction on my helmet. Cooldown reduction upon my helmet, which I've been wanting. would probably be God. By the way. Well, I mean, the idea is getting the ult down to probably 0. Closer you can do it, maybe. Like, there isn't enough. Like, it just might just work. Like how I think it would. But bear in mind. Now, I mean, idea, attack speed. Yeah. Those have attack speed. That would be used if there's a core. But you need a core to do it. I mean, again. I got they have that. Warpath. Warpath doesn't help me, does it? Maybe. I mean, you know what's funny? That's max Warpath. I mean... there we go. Now... Eh. Perfect. They didn't brick on me. Yeah. Okay. Logic here, right? Now I do need to change the talent. Do I use the Hota talent, right? Yeah, to be fair. The Hota talent, of course, was 25% times or whatever. I mean, I do possibly need a better ring, but I don't. I just don't think I have one. Like, me, technically, bleed over time is nothing. I mean, that's just vol damage. I mean, that's... It's kind of weird and pointless at the same time. That's the person. I mean, that's maximizing it. Now, hypothetically. Okay. Sure. Give or take. Stomp. So ground stomp creates quakes. I go ground stomp creates quakes. That might, but that is also a skill. That is a actual skill you have to have. Now, ideally, I either need a helmet or I need this tool with a cooldown reduction. Now, 3 or 4% cooldown reduction. Theory. Which gets really goddamn expensive. But funny part is, +1 to weapon mastery skills is funnier. Just for the record. So the funny thing is, if I use weapon skills, right, I really am considering using weapon skills. Similar to you do at Arsenal. Would just be in general. So if I go Mighty Throw, or I go something to that degree. So if I go, Mighty Throw into whatever else, it's not a big deal. Yeah. So earthquakes, right? There we go. That's perfect. Good. That's correct. That one's good. Now, the question itself. Again, there's choice between two. Choice between two in reality. Now, the problem, I've been saving stuff as gloves for my other characters. For the Shadow Necro. Now, I need something with a very low cooldown that has a floor. Alright? A floor. If something I can increase the problem in the floor, oh, by damn God, could I have a build. You know. I mean, this is 6 seconds, alright? I mean, 6-second cooldowns are pretty fucking nothing. Like, 6-second cooldowns are basically akin to, you might as well. But you need abilities with cooldowns, right? Key. Now, ideally, if I were using stuff that had core, that would be the ones. And they still might get used on the core. Like if I go back to my other one, I may use them. Because the only build I ever had that uses core. I don't use it anywhere else. I mean, core is definitely more used there. I mean, that's a bigger deal. Uh. 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 That's kind of dirty, don't you think? Well, I mean, granted. In a way, I don't know if that works or not. Like, if I can get my attack speed down to... What's my other room word? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's how it works. Unfortunately, adjusting this build is always going to be been on the top of my priority list for a while. I mean, shit, if I really go there, but that's not needed. So basically, that might solve my issue. Now, the next step is to see if I get rid of that one. That's like lucky hit chance. So basically, that would take a lot of these up. Actually, what's funny, it would take a lot of those up to like 50%-ish, right? Somewhere around 50% lucky hit chance. You know, that's a lot better than something that's like flat. Actually. Now, if I go something with arsenal, right? Arsenal. I want to go potentially arsenal, right? Here. That applies vulnerable. But what's funny is that might be better on one. Now, in reality, that might be better than Flay down the line. But that's not the point of this exercise now, is it? Now, one could arguably say, sure, 11 seconds. Now, this is part of the summon build, inadvertently. So you have that lap over crossover. Now, what's funny is I don't know why you just took this to 37%. No, it sounds like I'm taking forever. I already have an idea. A lot of those others work. Now, I have room for an arsenal ability. So, arsenal would be... So, Mighty Throw, or here. Mighty Throw has a 10 cooldown, but a lucky hit chance of that. This, throw out a 3 of chains, and this can go down to... Maybe not. You know, I guess it charges them, but that also makes them vulnerable too, which is funny. If I wanted to go that. Now, I do want to try Mighty Throw. I have a theory on Mighty Throw, though. I really, really do. I would love for it to be true. Honestly. I would love for it to be true. Because if it's true, this skill has probably been the most busted skill in existence, at least where it stands. Maybe if they adjust it anymore. Now, it has to deal with not that one. It has to deal with that. Now, if in theory, okay, right here, if I can get full damage, well, full, that's stupid, but I have to get full. That's actually why I say that skill is potentially... It's both a good skill, but it's also shit at the same time. Quite honestly. Because there's your problem. Now, what I want is another cooldown skill. Something cheap. Now, if Mighty Throw. Now, you could probably arguably say, sure. An arsenal ability. I think it's in this skill tree here. Which, I mean, which be 3 seconds. But, I mean, that's probably... See, I would say either the other one. There might be a way to actually get Vol on that build. But as I said, it takes just a bit. I mean, the problem I still think with that build, inadvertently, the problem with this skill in general, I'm gonna be very honest with you, it's that bleed over like 5 seconds in this game is forever. I mean, what's funny is if I needed another. I have to have the skill at the end. What they really need is an ability. I mean, that's kind of like... Now the question I have, and it's something enough to test in practice, of course. See, okay, if I don't use ground stop, right? Here's the thing. Ground stop sounds like a cool idea. I guess. Like, if this works the way I think it's gonna work. I mean... that actually might be very good. Like, if you do, like, I'll be basically unhindered for ages. Because I do not like my... I don't like my abilities that have cooldown to be on here. I never have. I just think it works. It would be very interesting if this works. Now I need to remember to have a talent. Now I would say, which actually might work, if wind isn't good. Go this and go this. Now, it sounds really, really weird. I mean, might as well. Like, I think it's a good evolution of the build, but... only one way to test this now, is there? Oh, I need to swap those talents. Now I could go the Hota talent. Okay, so either gotta get the other part down too. So I don't know. I may get rid of that damn thing. Both I may have to just get rid of those. I don't know why. Don't. Weapons, it's 32 on kill, and this is basic attack. Ruby, it's overpower damage, so give or take. Diamond, it's ult damage. Uh, uh, um, eh, right. I mean, technically it's like 23. Like 23,000 life right now. Ish. Give or take. Honestly, if this works the way I think it's gonna work, it could really be good. Never leave home without your incense. Talent would be. So, I would probably. So, here. Executioner, right? I already have that. I did it. I have this, but I'm not using basics right now. Not that one, right? No. Let me see. So you can put that there, or you can stick it on the other one. Because I was going to say. See, the other one is ground stomp. Now, 50%. Now, I'm going to test this. I don't know if I like it. Alright. I don't know if I'm going to like it, though. Maybe screw up if I don't. Like on a weapon, maybe not. It doesn't sound. It just doesn't sound great. Ancestral force. So. Now, I mean, I'm already probably at. Here's the thing. I am probably, in theory, at the DR. Like, I have put so much attack power into this build, and it's not even fully done. Like, it has that much attack power attached to it. Like, I've seen people walk around this game with probably half. I'm like, how do you do tier 50s or whatever without it? Then you're like, well, possibly. Right, it's more or less, oh, that would be. Hold on. But then again, I'm the definition of the person who I will squeak out power out of everything, okay? I will squeak out the highest power I can. It has always been my thing. Squeaking out the highest power is never the worst answer in this game, unless, and I will repeat, unless they cap it, which there's a way around that. You're a dick. Fucking. Eh, eh, eh. Eh, eh. Ew. Just, no. Disgusting. Disgusting, disgusting. What I want. The other offensive though. Actually, what uses that? I mean, if a two-handed bludgeon weapon uses that. Actually, let me take a look at this. It may look. Injury to damaged enemies. I mean, injury. See, we used to have damage while fortified, but I forgot they took that away. I mean, 120% on. I understand 120% on this. Oh god, if I could get 120, man. Folks, this is why you have backup, okay? Always, always, always why you have backup. You know that? This is why you always have backup shit. You know, game teaches you this, okay? This is why you always have backup gear. even if not 1 to 2 to 3 or 4 pieces, alright? This is why. Now, traditionally, never a bad thing. Abuse the old vendor like a horrible thing, because that is what he's there for. The old vendor is there to be abused. And to be fair, he's our only really good person on the rules. So, now. See, I'm not sure if I'm on the DR right. See, okay. So, have I hit that? Yeah, I do think I've hit the DR. I really do. I do. Yeah, I kind of have hit DR on it. So, Strengths DR does hit me more. Like, it hits you. I think Strengths DR is probably the highest, I would think. Hmm. I'll live with that. It ain't gonna be perfect. Hmm. Yeah, I'm going to. I'm really hoping that this is the answer. And I guarantee if it is a step in the right direction of what I want, then yeah. Oh, I have an idea. I just believe I'm going to have to evolve that rend idea to make something that gives me something constantly vulnerable, and there's ways to do it. And I might have to do ground stomp. And if ground stomp does it, oh, you better believe that'd be the. But that would be also be the first defensive skill I ever fucking used in my life. Hmm. No. Well, leaves. Well, it's actually not. I used to just. Sorry. Well, clarify. I I just turned my barbarian into straight brute force, okay? That was my plan. Vehement groundstone. Ah, yes, I need this one. Indeed. Good. Water. Yes, yes. Yes. A core ability. Now, let's go test it. World boss in about 31 minutes. Fuck. Do I not have a target area? You sons of bitch. Well, this will tell you if my damage is correct, though. You know what's gonna be funny? If it was a weapon change and a skill change. Do you want to know what I want to test? I want to test this right here with that 100% bonus nearly from the other one. Now, if this works, this is a summon. But let's see. Is it a summon? Okay, I need to figure out the rotation. Oh, boys, we did it. Oh, looky, 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 we did it. Oh, if this works. Okay, not quite. Oh, I think I found it though. Oh, I am on the right path though. Oh, it's just relearning the other. Oh, I think I found it. Oh, I found it, alright. Yep, indeed. Abdad's mighty throw. Cut the mustard. I don't know. It is. Oh, you know what I need? You know I'm gonna have to use though? I ain't gonna have to use it. Yeah, it's multiplicative. Ah, shit. I ain't gonna have to use that. I ain't need to. You remember that one? Oh, that is so much better. That is just. Oh, God, that's leaps and bounds better. That is leaps and bounds. Right? Oh, and it does work. Mm-mm-mm. I was correct initially because I told my friend this. So, here's the thing. Stomp in large, stomp in large things? Yeah, it works. Oh, look at the, okay, I gotta, before I get too distracted. Yes. So in a crowd of enemies, I have infinite pets. Yes, it does work. It does work. Infinite pets. Yes. The infinite Pokemon does work. Yes. It's actually weird. It is cool. It is weird to call the summon build Pokemon build. And you just send them out. What I may do is I may move that one. Oh, yeah. Oh, and I bet you that skull is a summon. And up here, get a helmet. Duplicate that to have like what you have with Vortex, but do it with like 80 different. Uh-huh. Oh, that is so stupid. There you go. There we are. Oh, I met the floor. Oh, that's minorly disgusting. Oh, that is disgusting. That is what I can hope for. Oh, that is so dumb. Oh, that is. You know what else I could do? Oh, that. See? That is so just. Oh, that is where you want it. Right there. I don't know why I do two-handed weapons. I should have did the one-handed. Oh, that is where that should be. And that is perfect. What I mean, that is where the build literally should be. You know what? Mark my words. I could have the bleed Pokemon build. I could have the Hope to Bleed Barbarian with the summons. Impractical as hell, but it could still work. Oh, now you're in business. The fact that, you know what's funny? I'm gonna tell you how much damage that does. That is a battered that because if that area over there is PvP area, so you do 20% less damage. Oh, that is a beautiful thing. Now, theoretically, we're talking in theory. It also helps because I have the pants, okay? I'm not doing temerities, alright? I'm not doing temerities. I am doing the special summon pants. Which, to be fair, the reason why I do it is I always use ancient anyways. My friend does not like the idea that I do this. He's like, follow a meta. Find yourself a board, right? He's like, because, that's what he does. I take a build, sometimes my own invention, and I will find a way to make it work. And what's funny, it is a very mix. Sometimes it is the worst bastardized build you will ever potential find, but hypothetically, it works. Oh, that is so much better damage. Yes, this is the damage I should have been having all along. Because that vol damage... Now, I'm going to be curious if on the Rend, all I needed was a vol damage source. Okay? All I needed was a vol damage source. Oh no, you're not gonna like me. Oh no. That is a death trap. Oh. That is a puddle city. But hey. Wow, do you know how much shit's inside there? Oh god. I can guarantee you there was so much shit in there. That's how bad. Oh god, leave me alone. I'm out of potions for once. Ah, yes. Hours of pain. As much as I needed the glyphs. As I said, it wasn't the glyphs. That was the issue. It was the skills. Now, do I have a highly inefficient, horribly offensive build? By damn God, yes I do. Hmm. And you want to know the caveat? This is a summon. See, this is why I like games like this in particular, right? It's always fun. It's more than your other, right? So like 11 minutes, go here and clear this up. Good. Now, do I need to work on the rotation? Yes, I do. This will need a rotation, by the way. To stay consistent, it will need a rotation. But I guarantee you I could duplicate this every season. Barring the fact if they don't fuck it over. Remember, see, some people do this with channel. Some people, I just do this with good old-fashioned. Oh. I am literally the person, if you give me enough time and just the right amount of, like, give me the ability, I'll probably build the most dumbest build I can probably find, and it works. It's the most empathetical build. Because as I said, I pioneered the shadow build long before a lot of people did. Like, a lot of people before they did, like, I just gravitated towards it because I read the skills. Now, when I said to my friend earlier about before the Pokemon build kind of showed up, I'm like, because I asked him to test it, and he did confirm it. And this was like week one. I was like, ooh. Because this ability has no floor in the term of. So this build has zero like cooldown in its turn. Now, what's funny is when you want to talk about a horde smash, this is a horde smash build at its finest now. Now, hypothetically, is it the most bastardized, weirdest build combined with about 3 different aspects? Hell yes. Is it fun as shit and it actually works? It does. Now, does it translate to pits? Real question. Does it because if it does here, oh, I can't even imagine. But yeah, it can work. Yep, it's fine. It's perfect. You don't need the Endurial power. The Endurial power is just bonus, okay? The Endurial power is just icing on the cake, alright? Endurial power just is an extra, like, little summon. Now, some people like Companion Druid. Well, to be honest, I mean, half this build is also capitalizing on a bunch of non-physical. So, like, if you're ever curious, I'd give it. It literally does the I am not a barbarian, okay? This is the example of you can play as a barbarian and you're anything but a barbarian. This isn't the barbarian experience. This is you're everything but. Half of it's made possible by runes, other half of it's made possible by aspects. Be right back. There we go. I got it right. Now I can tinker with the other one. Oh, I got it. Probably had stomp. Yes, it works. It works. You know, all I was doing was being held back by 2 skills that were shit. Now, theoretically, add ground stomp to the other build, we might be in business. Alright? Do I still need to replace that 1 ring of Zol? Yes. But I solved the issue. This thing's been plaguing me for a while. But it is solved. Having the higher glyphs are helping as well. But there's a reason. As I said, the issue wasn't the glyphs. The issue was the other part. The issue was the skills, alright? The funny part about this is a build that is highly possible that is very similar. The irony is all my builds are very similar to what people use. It's just more refined. I have both earthquakes, and I both have companions. I have fire tornadoes, I got fire earthquakes, combined with AoE. Think of it as best of both worlds. Now, all made possible by largely a pair of pants. Okay. This is really funny because this has the explosions, right? So, you see, like, it has the explosions. This also has cooldown reductions on the Ragnar's Wake, where it works in that regard. Now, hypothetically, it is. Ring of Zol's a little out of place, but, you know, 6 one, half a dozen the other. You know, it's fine. Totally fine. Now, does it need the defensive bubbles? Do you know what? I'm gonna say this for the fucking record. If I'm going to miss every look, it's frozen right now, and I am annoyed. Yes, it is frozen. I hate this shit. This update, and I can tell you what's doing this, and it's not me. Oh, you stupid piece of fucking Sorry. You know that update? That was a stability update, by the way. Do you know the update today? Was a stability update. Do you know what's happened since that update for me? Crashes. Alright? Crashes. Freezes and crashes, which never happened with my system. You know where they've all happened? Boss fights. Boss fights. In maybe, just maybe, get the Blizzard people, get the bots off the server, don't allow multi-boxing, and pardon the language, get the damn chinks out of the fucking place. Keep the Chi-Coms to their own fucking servers. I have thousands of hours in this game since launch of this game. What's the first thing bots abuse? Mining bots are the most easiest things to damn make. Again, I just missed the boss fight. the world boss because the game froze. Because either somebody was multi-boxing or there were bots along. It just literally lagged out the fucking event. Sorry for the language, but I've played games like this for ages. And I miss the boss due to it. Because you saw the freeze like I did. And it stayed there. So there's a bunch of Chicoms and other Asians who are coming to servers making the spam builds of sorts. Now, you think Cataclysm, Druid, and Earthquake barbarians kill your frame rates? No. Let a Sork, which is pure bullet hell, do it. Then you get the idea. That's the second boss fight I've missed. Alright? The second. Second or third. It's actually the third. First one missed entirely due to it. Second one, I was able to make it. And it's been the same thing over and over again. As I said, the rest of the world is literally dead, alright? That is the most people I have ever seen at an event. Now, I will say you can thank the RMTers the reason why the season's been largely active, and that's because of the husks duplication. Now, in reality, but it's also a double-edged sword, the dupers also have ruined the game. So, bear in mind. It's a double-edged sword. Because without it, we would probably have been suffering all season. Oh, but this works. This works indeed. You know, the only thing I'm missing is actually a cooldown reduction on things. Now, I've never been a fan of the Chi-Coms and Asians jumping to US servers to farm. I've never been a fan of it. Ever. Like, I have played so many games over my time, and the only time I ever largely see Russians, Chinese, or Brazilians in games, one of three things happen. Well, about one of two things happens. The question is, how much of cheaters are they? That's the first. How much is exploiting is going on? Massive exploitation. And the third is massive lag when you're near them. Because no matter how hard they VPN to our servers, they still have the equivalent to Taco Bell Wi-Fi. My internet is $84 a month, alright? That's for gigabit net. 500 over 500 was that. Now, I could easily go... It's like I was doing stuff earlier. We had a bot randomly. I'm like, I know it's a bot. It wasn't a player. They're just jumping things, basically. The problem is, those world bosses are only every 3 hours. It's like 4 hours, 3.5 hours to a world boss. And to crash? Nah. That's just disgustingly bad. I don't like it. Okay? That's ridiculous. If this patch was meant to be a stability patch, and I apologize if people don't like language, look, I have... Okay, on a season, I put in roughly, like, hundreds of hours. Like, currently, my necromancer, alright? My necromancer has like 140 hours put in. Alright? That's just this season. This one was relatively short, but bear in mind, see how many hours she's up to now. But the idea is I play this game and I know the ins and outs of it. Depending on whether I'm the US East Coast and West Coast, roughly about the same. I mean, I love the fact alone I can have the ping I have, and I can't get a relatively... My internet, I can't get a good ping to this server. I may move. I love it how I have a new current gen system. No issues, right? None. No issues. Normal. But when I play games... Oh yeah, and by the way, the change I wish they would take back this season. You know what it is? We are not immune to ground bubbles anymore. All of this shit that you see below my feet hits us now. For some reason, they felt with all the dot effects enemies do, this is a record, that half the time we can't see them. We aren't immune to them through our normal immunity. Now, it sounds weird, right? So if there's a poison bubble, we are no longer immune at this tier. Just saying. Not the smartest change what Blizzard did. Blizzard, in the way they don't understand. Like, this area. If they cast a dot on the ground, I am at the mercy of it. Now, barbarians do suffer from the fact that... It's probably the reason why I never liked this class. is you are suffering the effects of there's no longer dodging everything, so I need to actually add, but I think I can squeak out a lot more damage now, that, I kind of look. Oh no, you know what? This is also a reason high-end hits are not fun anymore, because of the constant bubbles on the ground. Because of the constant bubbles we have all over the place, or constant basically dot damage, it actually makes the higher end hits worse than the open world in the turn. So in reality as well, it's actually making it worse. And it sounds weird. Like, if I stop right now, I'm dead. There's nothing to it. Things, if I don't move constantly, I hate freezing walls. I'm having to. Trust me, I am the leading problem when it comes to spamming infinite abilities. Like, but from me, it's the servers are. It's infuriating. That'd be like the third time, as I said, I've missed a world boss. I had one doing fine, then I'm like, I'm glad, like, I'm not the only person who it happened to. So, and out of fear, I have to pop stuff because I know I'm gonna die if I don't. Oh my god, why are you not? Why the fuck do you have a bubble? Lord have mercy. The things. At least this build is stabilized. It's only taken how many hours to... Look, it's literally only taken 17 hours plus of gameplay to get this character to the level it needs to get to. It's only taken that much. Like, I started the character, got the character level, then I popped a bunch of the caches, which gives me a bunch of the things. Again, this character has 34 hours. Like, for me to level glyphs, I have to go into there, and it takes, what, 5 hours to do glyphs? 3 to 5 hours? That's if we get a decent group, even. Assuming. That's like assuming, right? That you can get a decent group. It's not even taking into account the amount of shit runes we have to go through now. This is the 4 rune setup, though. Which is different, but, I mean, I don't have... Now, barbarians did get hit in the overpowered generation category. But, again, now it's finally nice to have my earthquakes where they need to be. Compare this to about when I was struggling in pits. Now you got... Funny part is changed 2 skills. Honestly. Oh, fuck. Oh, eat one. You are a vampire. Yeah, you can just have fun on that one. As I said, you can have absolute fun on that one. Hmm. I'm gonna joke. How do you have a vampire succubus? Now, what's force is if you find a vampire. Vampires in this game heal double. I need to take 3, move it to 4. I need to take that. I think I need to move Call of the Ancients to 1. Have that be the first when I go into battle, so I at least have it started the rotation, and then you can go back. Oh, nope. But yes, this build works now, for God's sakes. It's about time it actually works. I mean, like, you know what's funny? All you do is cast cooldown abilities. So in turn, you gain that. I think this is the build I was going for in the first place, in reality. In turn, it's actually what it looks like, but it is the summoner build, but it's quite literally summons with ridiculous retardation. Now, if I could do something and do the shouts and the bullshit that gives me, like, infinite cooldowns, watch. It would work. Oh, but it can work. And here's the thing, the vol damage works as well. The vol damage is going up brilliantly. Now, could look at the other board, like, vulnerability damage, or vulnerable damage, that is now where it needs to be. It's called basically read a blurb of text, and you can actually figure it out. Basically, as I said, this is raw power with defense. Like, this is raw power with defense. And this is without the elixirs. That is not counting them. Oliver. Trying to look, I'm still broke from buying that one amulet. Like, I need to like start playing this more because there's a lot of people looking for runes and shit, so I should really start to do. A lot of this build, the only thing that would make it slightly better is maybe having the Endurials. Buying Endurials, but having the one. Harlequins. That would be the only slightly better. See, normally if I didn't have a Godfather, I would be using this. These are surprisingly expensive when you don't think about it, because 3s and 4s are incredibly rare. 3s and 4s, people seem to overvalue. But stuff like this, different story. I think, like, see, I'm also using the Hota, the Hammer of the Ancients, when the quakes outwards. So a lot of this is both quakes and the other. So quakes do more. So it does work, by the way. This does work. Stand in the quakes. It does more damage. But it does work. Now, do I think this ring is the right fit? Not really. Not really. I would change that. I would kind of change that. But I have the core part of the summon build without having to do the shouts repeatedly. Sorry. But this is just base power. I have been on the cusp of this for so long. It's just... I'll be honest, as I've said, Rin, most DOT does not translate to in-game. DOT, for the love of God, will never translate. Bleed DOT does not translate. But then again, this is not like playing a barbarian. You're anything but a barbarian. You know. Now, there is something I would probably change. Alright? There is one thing I would look at changing. Now, it might be this. But, here's a big but. This board still works with Rupture. Rupture is on par with an ultimate. Alright? It's on par. Now, I arguably would say ish. I don't know. I may have to cycle the skill attached to it. I mean, it's not the biggest skill, because largely I am doing these. So if it's either one, it's okay. Like if it's just the Godfather, I mean, yeah, there's a difference of about 10,000 damage, but does that matter? Because that still goes here. Still does its thing. Largely, I'm still on a maced weapon. But I mean, arguably, right? Now, I don't know. What's funny about this is, as I use these, I don't know if I still use these. Disembowel is good in a way. I probably need to redo this board. No doubt. Like, I need to redo it. It's not the answer. That's for sure. But it does work. Like, now, this, I'm not saying is the heart of the board. I mean, you read this one. You have to have force of nature. And then you do have to have bone breaker. Bone breakers at the end. I mean, but there's not a lot of these. Like, I don't. Here's the thing. I don't know if, like, one thing I would change, though, and I think it's. Might is still good. I think what? Might. Disembowel. I mean, Disembowel is still good. Blood Feeder is still. It's not bad. Like, ambidextrous. But here's the issue with a lot of these. A lot of these I don't like. I mean, I should probably level Revenge. I'll probably go figure out what these boards are. But, like, a lot of these are associated with weapons. That's the problem with these. They're all associated with weapons. So, like, I need that one. I forgot about that one. I forgot about that one. Anyways. Actually, I forgot about that one. I do need that one. That's kind of a must. But I don't know where the hell I put it though. I don't know if I keep this over here. Because, like, my vol damage is, like, it's like here. Which, I mean, I probably want to. So, the weird part is I would probably reorganize this board to a degree. Like, I would definitely keep this, like, here. So there's like 3 magic ones, okay? So there's like 3 quote unquote magic ones. So like you have a lot down in here. But I don't know where you would like I mean, I don't know. Like I keep these here. But it's like, yeah, you have bleed damage, you have this. I mean, I just have to move it. Like, it's like, basically, I have 2 willpowers I have to move. I mean, blood feeder. I don't know. Like, this is full. Was it overpower damage? Assume that goes to 200%. I'd have to fit Dominate in here somewhere. Dominate has to be in here. But I'd keep 3 magic ones. I mean, the 3 magic ones are pretty good. The 3 magic have to stay. I think that affects my stuff. Because I'm already at 45. I mean, I could probably remap this too. You know what? Like, it's very similar boards to other things. Because this board does work. It's just, I have to remap it. And I should probably be using Rumble. Now, I will be honest. So, disembowel kind of is keto. Disembowel, I don't know, 10% chance. That's kind of ifed. I mean, 10% chance. It's not. Today is not the day for me. I have been either sick or bothered. Well, it does need dominate, but if I explain why, right, to reduce cooldowns, like, they did nerf disembowel. So I was thinking I'd explain it too. Ugh. See, I recently changed my diet, so... Look, you know when you don't eat foods you don't normally eat and your body has to adjust? That's part of it. But also, it's something I like it, but it doesn't like me. Kind of thing. See, Dominate is part of a lot of builds due to the fact that I do believe so I kind of was thinking Rumble, like Disembowel's good. See, I don't think that affects. So I'm not really bleeding. Actually, that does knock shit the fuck down, doesn't it? That does knock it down. Did it? Bleed? It's like 3,000 bleed damage, right? Or did it? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Is it? It's like, what, 200 damage? What is that? Only 200 damage is what that is? It's like huge. Sorry, Blood Feeder. Blood Feeder isn't a huge. Sucks that I invested enough time levels in it for it to be the case. Like, I think bleeding damage, but I'm not really a bleed build. And see, what I need is a ring. And on that last ring, here's the thing. On that last ring, so what I need on that last ring, I was actually thinking on that one. So on that last ring, I need the talent that gives over, like, it gives... See, I already have strength. I'm in, like, what? High enough life, regardless. Like, I could use that one. Like, I mean, life is key, but the talent I want to use is, sorry, suppose I just have to... I feel like I'm dying half sometimes, and I'm like, if I feel very violently ill, it does happen. Okay, so I need a ring. And that ring needs... What is my overpower damage right now? Finally 3,000. Looks respectable. Finally looks respectable to a degree. Well, there's this. Like, that's damage. It's gonna roll off critical strike. Gotta roll off this critical strike. I don't know. Yeah, critical strike isn't good. Roll off. If I roll off critical strike. I mean, okay. You know what? If you really want to cheese it, which is funny. Here's the thing. if you're trying to cheese a build like this, now I will say the whole idea is if you have lucky hit chance builds, but that's not a lot of what I'm doing. So I mean, to be honest, overpower damage is very meaningless right now to this build. Well, I mean, it's not my necromancer. My necro is like, you understand, my necro, like, that is a cannon of orbs and a half when it comes to stuff. Like, she's all in all, like, that necro. My overpower in my necros is like overkill. Like, used to be, barbarians used to have a bunch. So, you know, Ring a Starless Sky would be great, but I could go strength, which is no different. I go strength. Strength is good. Strength flat. It's like 100 is every so. Yeah, attack speed is good. If you want to go cheeky, go attack speed. But you could go life, but that attacks. So if you really want to get really funny, like I use flat damage as additional because that is pretty much additional. Okay, so what's the thing I needed on it? Okay, I did bookmark it. Hammer of the Ancients. I did do it. It's not Moonrise. It's not Vehement. It's what's it? No, it's a ground stomp. It's a ground stomp. I think I may use ground stomp. I think it was a different. I think I did use it. What's funny is this is another offensive. Yeah, I lose a little bit of resource regeneration, but it is not a huge deal. What's I after? Ah, there we go. Yes. Yes. Oh, down multiplicative damage. That's not a big difference, by the way. It's multiplicative. So, hopefully that works. Like, if that's the case, that's going to be a lot more powerful. Um, um, mm, Fuck off. It's 3 iron maelstroms. Dude, that's like 3 iron maelstroms. Why? I live with that. Okay, can I? It 8. Get that. Please, for the love of God. See, rupture cooldown, like, any weapon mastery cooldown would just be like, is it 12%? It'd be like 2. But, hold on. That one's shitty as well, isn't it? I could live with that one, because I don't think I'd get better. I could. But I can't re-roll that one, so I leave it. Like, it still dropped it. Ridiculous. Got understood. That's gonna. That's like 600, right? Well, difference. Yeah, that multiplicative makes a big difference, by the way. It's. Yeah, I can definitely remember where it was like stuck. Yeah. Uh, well, that's actually would be a hell of a thing if he does. So that's multiplicative. You know what I would change though? Like, you know, this is what I would say, right? Here, they take Here to there. Because, like, what's funny about this is if that's in your first, and you think of that is the other, like, into combat, then yeah. Jesus Christ. 8 temples, 8 skulls, 8, 8 emeralds. Fuck my guy. 8 emeralds, 8 skulls, 2 topaz. Jesus Christ. Don't even diamonds amongst them. Oh. So okay. So Rumble needs to be here somewhere. But I think they nerfed Disembowel. I really do. Like, if I think I was rapidly bleeding enemies, it would be better. But I'm not bleeding enemies, so... Not really. Yeah. Yeah. That might be better. Granted, I mean... I don't know. I don't need that one. I mean, can like nick that one. Like, I can start nicking out the bad ones, like that are there. Kinda could. I mean, typically it's the same way. So even that is a. It's still the same though. Could. Had either or. Like, that's willpower though. But so So I got like willpower, right? Willpower here, brawl. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I mean, isn't dominate? Is that willpower? Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna be honest, that's a lot. There's a good chunk you could just invest in. Like Strington here. Yeah. Like that would just be the trick, wouldn't it? Oh boy. Yeah, it's gonna go about 4. So it's gonna go out. What? It goes out 5 total? So it goes out 5 total. I mean, technically, there's more strength in this board than anything else. But base, yeah, like there's a lot of strength nodes. Like if you just go grab these all 5 per. Can't even. I don't even know if you even. I don't even say, could you even calculate that? That's just scary in general. Like, is that just scary in general? But if you're just trying to. Why does everything have to have poison? Not quite. It's not quite. Should label the stream basically fixing my barbarian build finally, but Jesus. You know what? Like, this has been needing this build fixed for about a while. It's gonna have to get this one of these refixed. Where's Skull Engine? That's set up, I wouldn't. So yeah, I think let's see that. Mm. Yeah, dude. Oh, you know what? I'm so tempted to do. Topaz, Emerald, and Skull. Topaz, Emerald. You know what? Dude, you know what? That's too good. I love Topaz, Skull. Dude, did you know if he's paying 9 bill? Let me say this. If he's paying 9 bill for fucking 3 gems, 9 bill for 3 gems? Oh, fucking good. I don't care if I have to sacrifice $1,000. Like, 9 bill? He's talking nine bill, dude. Like that's still. Mm. I think I missed my chance. And if the guy pops up again, I have a hideout. Like 9 bill. Like if he's still doing it. I won't lie, like that's easy sacrifice I'll make. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people look for decks. I think I might. I feel like a lot of people look for Abby's, but like I should. Yeah, maybe I just missed him. I'll get my shit later though. I think I missed him though. Damn, the 9 bill. What a fucking. See, that's why I need to get my builds correct. If I get my builds right, I don't have to fuck with shit. Oh yeah, it sucks. I wasted all that time earlier on a couple. At least for the other. Now I would say Rin, right? The Rin build isn't dead, but it ain't healthy. It's gonna need a little bit of work. It's still gonna be missing damage compared to this. I may reorganize those. I may just put it back. I may just. Mm. We have a 10%. So low on that one, though. Man, let me even get that. And but 10% is so low. This is getting that out. Okay. Let's understand. Estimate how. But this takes a little longer to adjust builds. Especially when you fuck up a glyph that you need leveled. It's always gonna suck. Especially. Who the hell froze me? Yep. Just that glyph. Two glyphs I gotta readjust. Damn it. Oh man, no one's running hit, so I have to adjust this on an off time. And that is a dangerous glyph right here. Like, depending on where it was put. That right there. That is a powerful glyph right in that one. That glyph right there in the beginning. Like when you have fuck you points, it's like a little just shove around. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Jesus. I can't even imagine. That's all in that radius. And it's 100. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how powerful that is? Now, I would, and I probably should. Like, I don't know. Like, if I think about it, like, one of the magic ones would be good here. But I'm thinking if one of the the magic ones got put here, but that's only because this is flat damage. It's like, because in this first, this damage, if they were up like 200%, but unfortunately, the damn things are better served elsewhere, aren't they? I don't know. Look, I could shove it over here, but like you're just talking like this is different. Like that one. Ow, fucking people join. Yeah, I'm starting to think this board is irrelevant in the grand scheme. Because this board's irrelevant. Yeah, this board's irrelevant. Like, this board is irrelevant. I really do think that board needs to be redone. Because I'm not attacking bleeding enemies. I do believe that's going to get redone. Like, that part about the board. Oh, fuck you and freezing me. Thank you. Oh, by the way, this whole thing that I get hit by every single dot on the floor is getting old. I told you this. The higher ya. As I said, it's in all the higher, and it doesn't get better. I have a feeling because that board is all dedicated to basically bleed, but it is also dedicated to fall damage too. So God, those poison dots underneath. What the hell's wrong with that? Yeah, that thing's. I want to redo the second board. That second board's gonna have to get redone. I don't know, because so the second board get redone. I'm not sure what board goes there. So that second board doesn't work. It's a short through board, but it doesn't work as intended. The second board is not going to work. I don't think that second. So that second board is probably not going to work as intended because I need to rework it. Because that second board is for bleed damage and ball damage. Now, is that good in the long run, or is that needed? Maybe, but that doesn't work. Which I probably should shove one of the magic ones at the right. No, I think it's a better call to have the Quake one in the beginning, because if it's the Quake one in the beginning, dude, just that 50, that 100%, just that 100%. Now, over all in all, it's that 100%. That means my Quakes will hit for. Honestly, that means my Quakes will probably hit for close to. Can't even fathom it. What? Quakes are already at 500%? They're already at 500%. At least. Or 400 plus. That's what, 200 additional? Something like. Yeah, no. My Quakes are probably going to hit for. So my Quakes should hit for that. Yeah, no. Right there? Like, just 10 extra points right in there? Like, I'm gonna be honest, 10 extra points just in that one board? That just means my Quakes hit for at least close. So that's a bigger deal as well. Uh, just stay back. Oh shit, he's gonna get killed by. The thing is, he's gonna get killed by a random thing. Oh my fucking Christ. God, on a fucking stick. Shit. Gonna fucking die the moment he fucking gets near a horde. I'm not an ass, but God, 3 deaths. You can wait by the entrance. Yes. I don't know. There's an alternative. That's why I like my it's actually why my necros are god compared to everything I do. Like 20,000 health is like a minimum at this tier. If you don't have 20, like you gotta be like 15 or 20. Like that's the thing. I can see an incentive. Shove a magic one in the beginning. Well, what's 200%? So, like, technically. Tempting fate being this close. You're tempting far too much fate. I need to redo that second board, though. That second board may not have anything on here, though. Because the thing about that second board, it just doesn't do anything for me. It has a lot of damage, but... No, that second board has to go. I believe. So the second board serves more of a purpose in the turn if there's like vol damage or something. But that's if you're actively leading the target, but you're not really leading the target. Gotta look at the boards to replace that with. I gotta look at the board to replace that too. Yeah, I gotta look at that board. Like I can't think of the boards off the top of my head right now. Because I already have them, and I have to take that board back down. I have to take all my boards back down to their basics. Because I already know the ones I need. I know the boards that I need. Ish. Because the boards I need are different. You know, technically, they're... That second board is all but useless. Glyph is right. Glyphs are going to be right, but that board is not good. So the thing about yeah, it's correct, but I kept the one. Let's see, chances are. So the only issue now is if I change the board. That second board, though, I mean, I have to find a different node. The second board, I need a different node. I mean, technically, Varana does bleed enemies. So Varana can still be used. That's one of those things, if Hota doesn't go down, it stays the whole way. That's the thing. Basically, that's what's talking about the quick snap abilities. Like, you let it just stay and you're not breaking it. But there's also, my vampires are retarded. So this is a vampire. Oh, he died on the second half. Oh no. Help him. Oh, he died to trust me, necro can have more damage than my builds. But that second board, it's good, but it doesn't have the damage. If you're not largely on Rin, it doesn't matter or even a bleed. That's the problem with that board. There isn't. That second board's gonna need to be replaced. I just don't know how. I already work it. I mean, technically, Bara does bleed, but that skill only goes so far. So inadvertently, it's not. All those initial glyphs aren't going to serve me well. The second batch probably be better. So the ones I had leveled will be good. It's just some of the others, the answer will be no. It's eh. Now, if you're getting that board for the full damage, that would make sense. So basically, right, that concept here is gonna suck. I have to redo. Now, my thing, though, is if I replace that second board, see his actual stats. Shit! For every decently born built beard born, there always is. Ooh. That second board just seems to be redone. No, I think all in all, though, right? Like, freaking fucking with the whole damn thing. No, I just. Really should. I mean, I'm doing damage, but it's also that fault of. I need damage, though. I need to redo that board on that second, though. The board on the second one is being redone. I don't know which. That's going to be a weird one because that. So if I keep force nature, if I have to keep. See, Viara. See, I'm wondering if a lot of my damage coming from not Viara, Veronica, coming from Attican. If that's coming from him, it's poison effects. That's why I love barriers on top of barriers on all manta classes. This is why. All these barriers, because, like, this is why I run triple, quadruple barriers all the time. And I'm missing on this character. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm out. Oh, fuck you. Go eat. I'm not gonna lie. I do need to reduce this board though. Like, at least 2 boards. I don't know. The Adidra's got a lot easier to just get it because most of that gear it's very similar. But now it's supposed to use Reading of Starlight. But good luck. I'm not gonna have mythics. Like, I think this is gonna be the season that it's gonna be like my early seasons, unless I get really lucky with mythics. I am not getting it. So I'm crafting them. I'm gonna get them. I need to do that. Damage is all but missing. Doing Paragon boards is worse. I think sitting in here trying to figure out and reduce skills sucks ass. Mm. Let me be honest, I hate there's parts of it. Like build from the ground up is always hard. One of the things I need is unstoppable. I need unstoppable. Why is that not taking damage, obviously? And then you just see chunks taken out of them. Sitting at 30,000 HP. Seriously. Again, max poison. Oy. I am not the only one suffering on damage. I'll die. You're gonna find the little shit ads are worse than the actual main boss. A lot of this is just figuring out what glyphs work and which ones don't. Dominate's gonna work, but I have to get dominate in the right spot. I gotta get them all in the correct spot. The glyphs are gonna be correct. Might be too bad. Much. But I have to redo the board on this character, though. That's why I said I get obsessed with stuff. It turns out really bad. I work on stuff for hours. This is not for show. This is what we have to do with a season. And it's very different in-game than the prior seasons. Because, like, the in-games this season are bad. I don't know. God, I'm not even damaging that. We may not be able to do it. It does work. Kill in the open world. Now the question is, can it kill in pits? Hit and running builds are entirely separate. It's like the difference between Bloodwave Necro. It's like about, it's not, it's a little bit different. I feel like it's gonna take forever too. It's like, if I get up to 70, I'd be good. No, I am starting to feel it's not good. Oh, the thing will fuck you up. That is Elias. Elias is a horrible one. There's a beast in ice. There's a beast in ice. No! No. Oh, fuck off. Oh, bad. Mm. Yeah, it's about to happen. So. Look there. Yeah, Rumble's a different one. Yeah, Rumble is a very different one. It's very, if their enemies are crowd controlled. I mean, not doesn't worry, but I'm close to dying yet. It's going to happen one of these runs. Change my mercenary though. Wait, did it in? I do this enough. I should know this map by now. Oh god. See, the problem now is just gonna be like, yes, do I add the complexity of redoing the board? I know the skills are gonna do damage. So I still have the other one saved for I use this one. I'm not sure though, like, in terms of Oh. Hey, drops my damn eyes. See about God, I see why that thing was left. Some of these were left alive. How are you still alive? Oh, Lord. Only one with in between build issues. Oh, shit. You can see what build they're doing. I gotta look and see what build they're and the board they're thinking for the second. Because if you're not using like a rupture, like I mean, to be fair, to be totally honest, I should have that thing. I'd be lying right now if my eyes weren't fucking burning, dude. They are burning. That's not a sign. Ugh. You don't have to be in here. Is it the same paras though? I think it's the same. Leverage. Bone broker decimator. What do we bone rate brush? Shit. Blood rage, force of nature, decimator, weapon master. Weapon master is not a good one. Going for like bloody rage. Not good. Nah, it's not a good board. Okay, so yeah, I see what they're doing. They're going off Bloody Rage, which is different on the second. Which is if you're berserking and you're not berserking. I'm assuming, too, they're using more of the... is it Dirty Bastard Helm. Dirty Bastard Helm is probably what they're going for. Hmm. Yeah, Ugly Bastard Helm is what to be used. Rage. But yeah, that's implying you're going berserk. Bunch of shouts. So the idea would be that but yeah, that is a rework. That's gonna take getting reworked though. They're legit burning right now. Not a good sign. That's very, very. My eyes are 100% burning. Oh. Yeah. Elkin might be the better version of him. For this build, though, at least. Second. Yeah, Eldkin might just be the better version on it. So we established. So everyone, I guess, it's different because everyone's just doing berserk with this build. They're almost all berserk. Every single one. So, and again, I mean, granted, a mess. I think the reason to keep this build, this board, sorry, in this build, it's just, it's, it doesn't serve a purpose. And you have dodge chains, impairment reduction. Problem is, it is all bleeding and vol damage. Like, this board, yes. That one, yes. That one. So, Dominator, Force of Nature. The good perk about this board is it's very quick in through, but it is missable. Nice. Not a good board. I could be wrong. It's damage to bleeding enemies. That's the problem. It's going off berserk state. The board wants you to be berserk. That's the problem with this board. Yeah, my vision is double and burning. That's a very good reason to stop doing pits. After like so long, your eyes just start picking up. As said, this game is various shades of mud at the end of the day. Carnage, berserking, decimated, bonebreaker. It's actually a decent board, to be honest. It doesn't help this build at all. It'd be a decent board if... See, this says attack speed. It's probably a board to end on. See, it's the only thing that looks different, right? It's like... The only thing I can think of... It's not as quick out of the board, but it is attack speed. But you're going to be going through this board. But this is Fury on Kill. This is a different board entirely. It is more invested in the... But the problem is it's a longer board. The only perk of the hemorrhage board is if you do this. You can go boom, 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 and get out. You can have everything over here. But what's funny is it might actually be the same length as the Weapon Master board. Weapon Master board is the only other board that's similar. See, that Weapon Master board is about... So you're talking maximum fury. Where your additional ones are built in. This is your fury on kill. And this is also getting that. That's also how you have more. But generally, I mean, it's a subboard. But it's a subboard, really. And the legendary node gives you 30%. So... And if you have the max fury, you don't need here. Like lightning right now. You don't need a lightning. But